Chapter 1935. They weren't scared by this bloody scene. Instead, they were scared by Yi Shiwen. All of them had killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So it was impossible for this level of battle to move them. However, such a straightforward and efficient crushing had made their complexions change. This was an unknown race. Its entire body was black, like a black shadow. "What do you want to do?" The black shadow suddenly screamed in a sharp voice. "What do I want to do? Didn't you say that I wouldn't be able to keep my life? Then come and try. I told you that I specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedience." Yi Shiwen sneered. He blasted his fist and displayed the Big Bang Stardust Fist. A group of brilliant lights burst out and crossed the vast sky. Then it directly bombarded into the body of the black shadow and blasted it into pieces. Everyone was truly moved this time. Yi Shiwen had completely occupied the upper hand from a moment ago until now. Almost every strike of his could be said to be able to instantly end a peerless master. "So powerful!" The three-headed golden lion narrowed its eyes and said in a cold voice, "Are you doing this for me to see?" The golden fur on its entire body exuded a bright light under the sunlight. It was an ancient species with an extraordinary origin. Moreover, its bloodline was even more extraordinary. "Yes, so what?" Yi Shiwen coldly replied. "Do you want to die?" The three-headed golden lion's hair stood up in anger. The golden lights on its entire body tore through the vast sky. It was incomparably blazing. These golden lights turned into a torrent and directly bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was about to attack. Suddenly, a flaming wall sprang up in front of him. The golden lights directly bombarded into the flaming wall. However, there was no way for it to break through the flaming wall. Yi Shiwen looked at Hua Menghan, who was standing beside him. It was Hua Menghan who had attacked a moment ago. "I'm the one who started this matter, so I'll settle it," Hua Menghan said. The flames on her body surged out, and she looked like a blazing goddess. An incomparably huge fire phoenix began to slowly condense behind her. Her expression became more and more indifferent. In her eyes, this three-headed golden lion was a powerful opponent as well. It was extraordinary and had to be treated seriously. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth, but still didn't make a move. Hua Menghan would inevitably become the target of public criticism once she obtained the entry token. So the effect would naturally be much better than Yi Shiwen's. She would let a lot of people know that even if they had some tricks up their sleeves, it would simply be impossible to succeed. "How dare you two look down on me?" The three-headed golden lion seemed to be completely enraged. His entire body shone with golden light like a sun. His expression was incomparably grave, and there was a powerful energy surging within his body. "Roar!" He let out a deafening roar. Behind him, the illusory image of an incomparably huge three-headed lion appeared. This was the illusory image of an ancient mutated beast. It was like a peerless, ferocious creature that could tear apart the heavens and earth, looking down on all living things. Golden light surged under his feet. He stood above this golden ocean, his aura devouring the mountains and rivers. An incomparably huge sharp claw rushed towards Hua Menghan. His sharp claw contained the universe and contained an unparalleled great way. It was very impressive. Yi Shiwen was watching from the side. At this time, Hua Menghan finally moved. The blazing flames on her body suddenly surged and formed a sea of fire. It was like two incomparably huge worlds collided with the golden ocean. Bang! The sea of fire and the golden ocean fiercely collided with each other, and a dazzling light erupted. It was as if two worlds had collided with each other. It was as if a star had exploded, and the light burst out in all directions. The martial arts domains of both sides collided with each other before the two of them started to fight. The power unleashed by the collision of two profound death stage experts had actually caused the entire world to shake. Fortunately, Fallen Moon City was built by an almighty in the ancient times and possessed extraordinary might. Furthermore, it was protected by countless ancient formations. If not, an ordinary city would have already been completely destroyed by the shock waves from the collision. The collision between both sides was incomparably dazzling. How many outstanding youths who could reach the profound death realm weren't ordinary? Hua Minghan's complexion didn't change. Although she couldn't kill as frequently as Yi Shiwen, she wasn't a little girl who didn't know about worldly affairs. Ever since she had arrived at the ancient Phoenix world, she had used the name of Celestial Phoenix Maiden. She had fought countless powerful enemies and had experienced countless life and death situations. Countless flames surged on the surface of her body. These flames condensed into a flaming phoenix claw and directly grabbed towards the front claw of the three-headed golden lion. Bang! An incomparably loud collision sound resounded. Hua Menghan took a step back. She was slightly inferior to the three-headed golden lion in terms of physical strength. This three-headed golden lion was an ancient species. In ancient times, it had fed on the dragon race. It could even kill the dragon race. Its physical strength was its forte. Therefore, it couldn't do anything even though it was trapped outside the city gate. Moreover, its attainments in the field of formations weren't very high. It couldn't do anything about this formation. After gaining the upper hand, the three-headed golden lion pounced towards Hua Menghan in an instant. It seemed as if it wanted to use this advantage to its advantage. Yi Shiwen stood quietly on the side. He didn't attack. Sure enough, although Hua Menghan was slightly inferior in terms of physical strength, this wasn't her true strength. She immediately drew out a golden long sword. This was a long sword that she had refined from the heavenly tribulation. The long sword carried the incomparably dreadful might of the heavenly tribulation. It was made of Western golden metal. Its might was unparalleled, and its sharpness was matchless. It swept out. "Feng Lai!" She shouted softly. An astonishing sword light shot out from the tip of her sword. The golden sword light tore through a terrifying and mighty torrent and went straight towards the three-headed golden lion's head. The three-headed golden lion was about to pounce down and bite her head off. Who knew that this golden sword light would suddenly appear out of nowhere? It was so sharp that the world in front of it instantly collapsed. It was horrified and had no choice but to dodge in an instant. It stepped on a golden wave under its feet, and its body was wrapped in principles. It twisted its body in midair and dodged this deadly blow. Whoosh! An extremely ear-piercing sound rang out. It barely managed to stop its body in midair. Its claws dug into the void and created 4 huge cracks in the void. This barely managed to offset the force of its previous attack. At this time, Hua Menghan stepped on a phoenix and pounced towards it. It seemed like this three-headed golden lion wasn't the only one who understood the concept of pursuing the enemy. Clang! The golden gung sword fell down and directly chopped the head of the three-headed golden lion. Sparks splashed in all directions, but the sword failed to break the defense of the three-headed golden lion. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that although the body of this three-headed golden lion was fine, the previous attack had made the color of its fur a lot dimmer. Obviously, it wasn't without any cost. It was incomparable to Yi Shiwen's incomparably tyrannical body. However, even so, it was still very amazing. The golden gung sword in Hua Menghan's hand was extremely pure and incomparably sharp. It could be said that it was invincible and could easily break through all obstacles. However, even so, the three-headed golden lion was directly sent flying. His pair of narrow eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying light, and he shouted, "This is the martial technique of the Phoenix clan. Are you Hua Menghan?" He looked from afar and didn't launch a new attack. He was determined to win because he had absolute confidence in himself. However, everything would be different if the opponent was the famous Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan had been expelled from the ancient Phoenix world. However, anyone with a little bit of knowledge would know that this expulsion was useless. The ancient Phoenix world had truly given up on Hua Menghan. Then, the number of people chasing after her wouldn't be so few. They were merely putting on a show. Hua Menghan would still be a heavenly phoenix maiden as long as the Phoenix King still favored her as his adopted daughter. There were only a few possibilities to successfully obtain a quota token. Either one had extremely good luck, or one had formidable strength, and was capable of killing all the invaders. Or one had to possess great influence, and everyone would have some misgivings about it. However, in everyone's eyes, Hua Menghan had the backing of a colossus like the ancient Phoenix world. It was a matter of course for such a person to have a quota token. After all, strength was respected, and influence was also a kind of strength. Moreover, the most important thing was that Hua Menghan herself wasn't a soft persimmon. Her strength was tyrannical. In addition, Yi Shiwen was sneering and glaring at her covetously. So he didn't dare to casually attack her. Hua Menghan's expression was indifferent. The golden sword in her hand was incomparably blazing. You are qualified to have this quota token. The three-headed golden lion couldn't help but acknowledge the qualifications of Hua Menghan to have this quota token. Yes, this was the qualification. The strong only recognize the strong, and the weak would always be the prey of their prey. Do I need your approval to have this qualification? Yi Shiwen sneered and said. The three-headed golden lion swept his oppressive gaze towards Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. There was an ominous glint in his eyes, although he was afraid of Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. But his dignity and pride absolutely wouldn't allow him to make the slightest concession. There is no need for the three of you to hurt our harmony. Our top priority now is to break this Shen method. If we can't even enter the Luoyue city, then wouldn't we become a laughing stock? Wouldn't we become the laughing stock of others from now on? Suddenly, at this time, a big man whose whole body was made of crystal stone came out and said, seizing the quota token was their top priority. However, since they couldn't seize it, then they had to immediately change their direction. On this point, the outstanding heroes were surprisingly unanimous. Chapter 1936. There was still a chance to obtain the entry token, but if they couldn't even enter the Luoyue city, then they would really become a laughingstock. This array formation directly caused the elites of the various races and forces to suffer loss, causing their faces to be covered in dust. Wife, let's go, don't worry about these idiots. Yi Shiwen pulled Hua Menghan and directly bypassed the city wall in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes and entered through another door. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene and then began to curse loudly. That's right, if this door couldn't be opened, they could just change to another one. Yet they were stuck here for so long, yet they still wanted to make a fool of themselves. Actually, they were already making a fool of themselves. They were simply stupid. Their IQ was in a hurry. At this time, they suddenly felt a little red in the face, ashamed and angry. It was such a simple reason, but they had stubbornly chosen to go here. Wasn't this a sign of their IQ being in a hurry? However, they had always been tyrannical and invincible in their respective forces and clans. He had never encountered such a helpless situation before. Thus, for a moment, he only thought of breaking this formation and did not think of any other methods. It was like a racing car that suddenly encountered a turn at high speed, but was unable to make the turn at all, and directly crashed into it on the spot. At this time, how could they still have the face to stay here? They turned into streamers of light and rushed into the Luoyue city. Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan entered the Luoyue city side by side. They had seen many clans before, but after entering the Luoyue city, they found that those clans paled in comparison. Except for some powerful clans, most of the clans only had one or two people, and many of them were the elites of their respective clans. Although the number of clans was not large, but they could be regarded as tyrannical. No one knew how many clans there were in the 10,000 worlds, but as long as the clans were strong enough, they could be found here. The entire city was not too big, and compared to the tens of millions of cities in the Xian world, it was much smaller, but it had a sense of vicissitudes of history and had gone through many hardships. After entering the city, there was a feeling of a great scholar talking and laughing, and there were no commoners coming and going. Those who could enter here were at least at the profound life realm or above, and were the big shots of the Xian world. In the profound world, although there were billions of living beings from various clans, those who could truly be considered as people with authority were experts at the profound life stage and above at the very least. Most of the people within the city were existences at the profound life stage and above. They were extremely powerful. Look, Diwu's sadness is starting the arena again. Suddenly, many figures in the surroundings turned into rays of light and rushed toward the city. Go, go! Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan looked at each other and then followed the crowd. The two of them were wrapped in the crowd and followed him. Soon, they arrived at the center of Fallen Moon City. It was a very large and empty area that had been built into a very large arena. At this moment, on the arena, two figures were facing each other from afar. One of them was a youth who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. He was pure white and crimson red, and he looked rather handsome. As for the other one, it was a burly man who was over 2 meters tall. However, this burly man's entire body was covered in long hair. He looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Who is Diwu's sadness going to fight this time? I don't know. I think it's the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf race. Within the werewolf race, those who can be crowned with the title of bloodthirsty hunter are very few elites. They are existences equivalent to elites. Someone who was knowledgeable pointed out. Isn't that right? This is the 10th time this month. It is said that Diwu's sadness has been stuck at the peak of the early profound death stage for a long time. He hopes to use these fights to temper himself so that he can step into the mid-profound death stage. Diwu's sadness. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. Among the 20 invitations, one of them belonged to a person called Diwu's sadness. In reality, it was not just others who were paying attention to him. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the experts who could be considered his opponents. Among the 100 invitations, the other 79 experts had yet to surface, so he did not know who they were. However, the owners of these 20 invitations were clearly known to him. The owners of these 20 invitations were young heroes who had made a name for themselves in the profound world over the past few years. And this Diwu's sadness was one of them. Because of his strange surname, Yi Shiwen paid even more attention to him. It was said that this Diwu's sadness had the backing of a huge Xian world family. The Diwu family had already appeared in the Xian world a long time ago. It was said that they had once produced a powerful family that had an immortal existence. Hence, they were also one of the famous families in the Xian world. However, they had always kept a low profile. Unlike the Divine Alliance and the Desolate Heaven Hall, who accepted disciples in a high-profile manner, they usually accepted disciples from their own family. Over the generations, only a few of them were able to travel outside. Every single one of these people was one of the strongest in history at that time, and this generation was even more impressive. In total, the Diwu family had only produced one descendant to travel outside. Ever since Diwu's sadness was born, he was known to be invincible among those of the same level and had never been defeated. He was extremely tyrannical and had a very high reputation among the younger generation. In addition, he was born in a family that had produced an immortal inheritance. Hence, he was regarded as the most likely existence to prove his Tao in this generation. It was just that Yi Shiwen had only heard of this Diwu's sadness, but had never seen him in person. He did not expect to see him here. As for the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf race, although he was not as famous as Diwu's sadness, the werewolf race itself was a race of experts. Among them, the bloodthirsty hunter was the strongest of the strongest, the elite of the elite. The lowest standard for recruitment was the profound realm and above. It was simply not a place that ordinary people could join. Hence, as long as the name of the bloodthirsty hunter was mentioned, everyone would know that there must be a peerless expert. At this time, these two people were completely facing each other on the stage, staring at each other. It was like the calm before the storm, looking for each other's flaws, fatal flaws, using other people's hands to hone oneself. TSK, this Diwu's sadness really has some skills. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. If he wanted to prove his Tao in an invincible manner, defeating these people was only the foundation. Among these people, Diwu's sadness was also a threshold. At this time, having the opportunity to see Diwu's sadness's strength was also not bad. This was also why he and Hua Menghan rushed over when they heard of Diwu's sadness's name. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hua Menghan also had a solemn look on her face. She looked very serious. She couldn't take her eyes off the screen. She was a woman. However, age and gender didn't matter to anyone who was determined to prove their Tao. The only thing that mattered to them was to prove their Tao or to become a stepping stone for others. Just as Yi Shiwen had said, this wasn't something that an average person would dare to do, because one could get injured or even killed by others if they weren't careful. This was a double-edged sword. It could hurt others, but it could also hurt oneself. Therefore, this competition of Diwu's sadness could attract so many people to watch. Among these people, there were only a few who were here to watch the show. Most of them had the same thoughts as Yi Shiwen, and they all wanted to find out the details of these people, especially for those who were interested in obtaining the quota token. This was even more important. No matter how strong Diwu's sadness was, for them, this was a threshold that must be crossed. And after everyone had arrived, in the confrontation between the two people, the werewolf took the initiative to attack. It seemed that in such a confrontation of momentum, he was the first to be unable to hold on. Roar! The werewolf's hairy face directly opened his mouth and let out a long roar. Air waves crazily surged out, forming circles of monstrous waves that swept out. Fortunately, this arena itself had been specially strengthened, and there was a mark of a legendary figure in it. Otherwise, just this long roar alone could completely crush the surrounding 100 miles into powder. This was the terror of a profound death realm expert. The power of death represented destructive power, represented the power of attack, and grasped the power of death. Every movement of one's hand or foot would have a great power that could shatter the vacuum. Swoosh! The werewolf suddenly stomped on the ground, and a huge crack appeared. Just by relying on his powerful body, he was launched out like a cannonball. He opened his claws, and as if he was holding the moon in his arms, he directly charged towards Diwu Heartbreak, intending to tear him in half. And at this moment, Diwu Heartbreak finally made his move. There was no extra movement at all. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a longbow suddenly appeared in his hand. This longbow was engraved with mysterious patterns, like a simple and unadorned badge, but also like the profound truths of the world. At this moment, an intense light suddenly burst out as bright as day. All the truths of the world and the laws of the world began to appear and crazily boiled around his body. Swish! A sharp sound pierced through the air. The longbow in Diwu Heartbreak's hand was suddenly pulled back, and then in an instant, an arrow of light suddenly formed and shot out in an instant. Boom! The entire arrow of light spun in the air, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and then formed a mighty energy tornado, sweeping out. This arrow of light, like a mighty energy tide, directly shot towards the werewolf's head. Even though his entire body had almost dissipated in the air, he was still targeted by Diwu Heartbreak. Chapter 1937. This arrow of light was like a mighty tide of energy, directly shooting towards the head of the werewolf. Even though his entire body had almost dissipated in the air, he was still locked onto by Diwu Heartbreaker. It was as if he had been locked onto by a radar, and there was no way to escape. However, with a loud roar, the werewolf was forced out of the void, as if he had nowhere to run. He could only roar fiercely, and his claws tore out a blood-red tide of energy. Bloodthirsty, sky-splitting claw. He let out a huge roar, opened his claws, and actually caught the light arrow in his hands. Then he suddenly clawed the light arrow, and in an instant the light arrow was directly crushed into powder. This exchange was simply fast to the extreme. Many profound life stage people were simply unable to clearly see what had happened. They could only continuously replay it in their minds in order to barely understand what had happened. Both parties did not show any mercy from the start. They were completely focused on killing each other from the start. Fast, so fast! Some people could not help but break out in a cold sweat, especially those who were determined to obtain the entry token. At this time, when they saw Daewoo Heartbreaker's strength, they could not help but break out in a cold sweat. With this kind of speed, if it were them, they would most likely die very quickly, disregarding everything else. Just Daewoo Heartbreaker's arrow alone was enough to completely kill them. That kind of speed was too fast. Whether it was the speed of the attack or the speed of the arrow, it was simply beyond the limit. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that someone could be so fast. Although martial artists who used bows and arrows were not good at close combat, in reality, as long as the opponent did not get close to them, it would be fine. This seemed to be an unsolvable problem, but in fact, it was the easiest problem to solve. However, the premise was that the speed of the attack had to be much faster than the opponent, and much faster, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Only then could they block all the enemies within their range of attack. Both sides are fighting so fast. The bloodthirsty hunters of the werewolf race are indeed extraordinary. Originally, I only heard that these bloodthirsty hunters each walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It can be said that they have done their best for the werewolf race and spent a lot of effort to kill who knows how many experts before they could be absorbed into the bloodthirsty hunters. Now, it seems that the rumors are true, and there is indeed such a possibility. Compared to the bloodthirsty hunters of the werewolf race, Daewoo Heartbreaker is the truly terrifying one. Did you see his attack just now? The entire city saw it. It clearly looked very slow, and it clearly looked like it was still in midair. But when I reacted, I found that the light arrow had almost pierced through the werewolf. This kind of mysterious technique is really worthy of being the successor of this generation of the Daewoo family. He is simply tyrannical. Yes, this is the unique shooting sun archery technique of the Daewoo family. It is said that the ancestor of the Daewoo family once relied on this technique to directly shoot down a big sun and achieved supreme prestige. He was the archer god of a generation. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Having cultivated to this level, how could they not know that even the sun in an ordinary world was a huge star? Even an ordinary expert of the profound life realm couldn't do anything to such a huge star, not to mention if it was a big sun in the mysterious world. It was an extremely mysterious existence. To be able to shoot down a big sun, it was worthy of being the inheritance of the archer god. The Daewoo family could be said to have a profound inheritance. Using archery, this is very rare. Yi Shiwen rubbed his chin and thought curiously. To him, on a daily basis, he had seen all kinds of experts, but it was rare to see people who used archery. Although this kind of martial art was extremely powerful when practiced to the extreme, it also had a very big flaw. Therefore, very few people used it, but once they met someone who used it, they were usually an extremely powerful expert. But speaking of which, this Daewoo Qingxin is indeed someone who has never been defeated. Yesterday, an expert of the profound death realm was actually defeated by him. That's right. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the profound death realm, regardless of martial arts comprehension or realm, it is far from what the profound death realm can compare with. But in the end, he was forced into an extremely difficult situation by Daewoo Qingxin. In the end, he had no choice but to break the seal and release the power that was originally sealed. Only then could he admit defeat. Someone nodded and said, obviously, they all approved of Diwu Qingxin. He was defeated by Diwu Qingxin after suppressing his cultivation at the profound death realm? This is amazing. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but say. Everyone knew that every step in the profound death realm was like reaching the heavens. Even the weakest existence in the profound death realm was much stronger than a famous profound death realm expert. Even if one's cultivation was suppressed, one's realm and martial Tao comprehension was not something that could be suppressed. Therefore, even in a situation where the strength of a middle profound death stage expert was similar, he would often be able to suppress his opponent without any suspense. It was already very difficult to fight to a draw, let alone being defeated by Diwu Qingxin. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. This Diwu Qingxin was probably much stronger than he had originally predicted. Yi Shiwen, he will be your opponent. Moreover, he is very strong. After a long time, Huang Menghan finally opened her mouth and said. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Haha, this is interesting. If I don't even have a strong opponent, wouldn't it be a little too boring? Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Facing such a strong opponent was also a good thing for him. Only by having a strong opponent could he improve and not dare to be careless in the slightest. I will fight all the strong opponents one by one and completely defeat them one by one. Yi Shiwen said with narrowed eyes. Huang Menghan nodded her head at the side as if this was something natural. This was her man. He should have such a domineering tone. Defeat them one by one? What a joke. Do you know what kind of existence they are? How dare you say such shameless words as defeating all of them? Yi Shiwen had just finished speaking when a skinny old man behind him suddenly sneered in disdain. Although everyone's attention seemed to be attracted by Diwu Qingxin and that werewolf, because he was close to them, he could not help but sneer when he heard these words. What did this human say? He actually wants to defeat Diwu Qingxin and the others? How is this possible? He is really arrogant. Yes, I have not seen such an arrogant human in a long time. This is really funny. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. What do you mean by overestimating one's capabilities? This is overestimating one's capabilities. What do you mean by a frog at the bottom of a well? This is a frog at the bottom of a well. He actually wants to defeat Diwu Qingxin and the others? How is this possible? Countless voices of ridicule came into his ears. For them, Diwu Qingxin's strength was something that even they had to admit. In the same level, it was almost impossible for anyone to defeat Diwu Qingxin. Not to mention, there were many people like Diwu Qingxin, who are all famous existences in the world. This person actually said that he wanted to defeat them all. How is this possible? Yi Shiwen simply didn't want to pay attention to these people. Even if they were powerful to such an extent, their thinking was fixed. Who could be defeated, who couldn't be provoked, and who could be classified into different categories. Yi Shiwen didn't want to pay attention to these people. But for Yi Shiwen, such classification did not exist at all. For him, as long as they stood on the path of his cultivation, he would defeat them one by one without exception. They quickly realized that Yi Shiwen did not care about them at all. They could not help but turn red with anger. Yi Shiwen did not plan to bother with them at all. Didn't this make them look like jumping clowns, jumping up and down? Now it seemed that it was true. Diwu Qingxin did not say anything, but they insisted on standing up for him. If they were not jumping clowns, then what were they? They could not help but be angry. But in the entire Luoyua city, even they did not dare to be presumptuous. The nameless Tao College had existed for an incomparably long time. Not to mention that all the famous, peerless experts came from the nameless Tao College. Even their sects, families, and forces might have one or more ancestors who came from the nameless Tao College. Facing such a mysterious behemoth, who would dare to be presumptuous? If they broke the rules and were killed by the experts of the nameless Tao College, their sects and families would definitely not dare to say anything. They could only swallow their pride. Humph. I want to see how an arrogant human like you can defeat those people. The skinny old man could not help but snort angrily, but there was no other way. Yi Shiwen did not care at all about what they were saying. His ears were like a filter, directly filtering out their words. But very soon he was completely attracted by the battle in the field. At this time, after the first round of fighting, both sides had found out some details about each other. The second round of fighting was even crazier, like a storm directly sweeping out. But this time, it was the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf clan who had the upper hand from beginning to end. His attacks were like a tide, constantly tearing through the blood-red light. He surrounded Diwu Qingxin, or rather, trapped him in a very small area. Although the power of the light arrows was greatly increased at close range, at the same time, the suddenness was greatly reduced. Under the tyrannical strength of the werewolf clan, the light arrows seemed to be constantly retreating. This werewolf is about to lose. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen said faintly, Chapter 1938. This werewolf is going to lose. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen said faintly. Before Yi Shiwen's voice fell, he heard the old man's owl-like, hoarse, and unpleasant laughter. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Human boy, I see that you change your words too quickly. Is it true? Is it because of Diwu heart-hearted strength that you don't dare to say it? The old man said with a sinister smile, Diwu heart-hearted strength is indeed not bad, but this werewolf strength is probably much stronger than his. Yes, the bloodthirsty hunter has the advantage now. How do you know that the bloodthirsty hunter is going to lose? As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people chimed in. To them, they didn't have a good impression of this human kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yes, it's ridiculous. Now both sides are evenly matched, and Diwu Heart-Hearted is restricted. No matter what, it is impossible for him to see that the bloodthirsty hunter is going to lose. Yes, the bloodthirsty hunter is stronger, and most importantly, although Diwu Heart-Hearted Sun's shooting archery is good, as long as it is not a direct confrontation, it should be impossible for him to lose. Everyone began to mock, although they could not see who would win in the end, who told this hateful boy to say that the bloodthirsty hunter was going to lose. Naturally, they would say why the bloodthirsty hunter was going to lose. In fact, this was very possible. The strength of both sides could be said to be exceedingly high. Because of this, it was possible for either of them to win. To them, this was like a gamble. They were betting on who would win. Yi Shiwen's mouth flashed a disdainful smile, and then said, Summer insects cannot talk about ice. I have nothing to say to idiots like you. What? You dare to say that we are idiots? Little bastard, I think you don't want to live any more. You are seeking death. When these people heard Yi Shiwen's words, they suddenly burst into an uproar. It was as if an uncle could endure it, but an aunt couldn't. They had originally regarded this guy as a joke who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, this guy whom they regarded as a joke had looked down on him. This was simply a disdain that touched their reverse scale. Oh, I understand you mean. Hua Menghan suddenly reacted. Although she did not react as quickly as Yi Shiwen, she still reacted immediately. Yes, that's it. That Diwu Heart-Hearted seems to be suppressed in a corner. But if you look closely, you can see that Diwu Heart-Hearted is shooting arrows faster. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, This doesn't mean anything. It is precisely because the shooting frequency has increased that the power of each arrow has decreased to a limit. As long as the bloodthirsty hunter is careful, he cannot threaten the bloodthirsty hunter at all. This proves that Diwu Heart-Hearted has lost his footing under the threat of the bloodthirsty hunter, isn't it? The skinny old man sneered disdainfully and said, although he suddenly felt that Yi Shiwen might be right, but he soon found a new theoretical basis. This was also very possible. After all, no one was the two of them, so any situation was very possible. The higher the shooting frequency, the same power also decreased at an alarming rate. Slowly, as long as the bloodthirsty hunter was careful, it would be almost no threat. Bang! The light arrow directly hit the bloodthirsty hunter's head, but it couldn't penetrate its fur at all. It could only hit the bloodthirsty hunter's head once, and then it suddenly turned into a sky full of light spots, as if it was formed and scattered like stars in the sky. Is this all you've got? Diwu Heart-Hearted, I originally admired your Diwu family's shooting sun archery very much, but now it seems that it is only SOSO. The bloodthirsty hunter sneered, as if he was not affected by this arrow at all. The cultivation of this body was simply tyrannical to the point that it was terrifying. It was completely an indestructible body. Although this light arrow was shot in a hurry, this bloodthirsty hunter's tyrannical body could not be denied. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Think about it, if it was them, it was very likely that they would be pierced on the spot. At the very least, they would be seriously injured. But it was simply impossible for this bloodthirsty hunter to be unscathed like this. See, kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This bloodthirsty hunter can be said to have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His combat experience is incomparably rich, and with such a tyrannical body, even Diwu Heart-Hearted cannot injure this bloodthirsty hunter unless it is a charged arrow. Seeing this scene, the old man could not help but feel more confident, and his tone became even more disdainful. Yes, if he can't even injure him, then this bloodthirsty hunter's failure is even more ridiculous. Really, we should not waste time with this human. This is simply a waste of our time. This human really thinks he is someone important. Many people's tone was even more disdainful. Obviously, they did not believe that such a tyrannical, bloodthirsty hunter could be defeated. Diwu Heart-Hearted did not say much, but his expression became even more focused. His 5 fingers pinched into the void, and a handful of light arrows flew into the void. Like a meteor dragging a tail, they swept through the air towards the bloodthirsty hunter, trying to seal off his surroundings. Such a counterattack could not be said to be inaccurate, and could even be said to have grasped all the possible routes that the bloodthirsty hunter would take next. But it was useless. These light arrows fell on the body of the bloodthirsty hunter, but they did not have any effect. They could not break through the bloodthirsty hunter's defense, not even his muscles. Not the head, not the arm, not the thigh. Diwu Heart-Hearted muttered little by little, but his eyes became more resolute, and he continued to release light arrows one after another. Not the head, not the arm, not the thigh. Yi Shiwen muttered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This was a brand new method of fighting. Was he testing the opponent bit by bit? This was using the moves to the extreme, and it could be said to be a completely different approach from his usual open fighting method. But it was also based on his experience. He simply ignored those people's sarcasm. But Huang Menghan could not stand it and wanted to teach those guys a lesson several times, but was stopped by Yi Shiwen, as it was not necessary. Boy, what are you mumbling about? What head, arms, thighs? The old man had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen. This human boy was simply infuriating. He had never met a guy who didn't care about him and completely ignored him. He suddenly realized the head, the arm, the thigh. Weren't these the places where Diwu Heart-Hearted had shot the bloodthirsty hunter? Speaking of which, a bad thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Although he was angry, he was not an idiot, not to mention that to be able to cultivate to this level, which one of them was not a veteran of hundreds of battles. At his age, he did not know how many battles he had experienced, and his experience could be said to be very rich. Previously, there were only some clues, and there were no clues to connect them. Now that Yi Shiwen had mentioned it, he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. It was like a bolt out of the blue, a thunder that flattened the ground, instantly waking him up. He was just dissatisfied and disdainful of Yi Shiwen, but it was not that he was ignorant. Could it be? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the battlefield in shock. You finally reacted. That's right, the fact that you can still react shows that you are not completely stupid. Yi Shiwen said with a mocking smile, All the attacks just now were just Diwu heart-hearted probing the weakness of the bloodthirsty hunter, and once the weakness is found, the result is already decided. This bloodthirsty hunter will definitely lose, he said with narrowed eyes. He had almost guessed Diwu heart-hearted's thoughts in an instant. At this time, everyone came back to their senses. Listening to Yi Shiwen's words, it was really very possible. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to admit that what Yi Shiwen said was really possible. Impossible. The skinny old man couldn't help but grit his teeth and said he couldn't admit that he had misjudged Yi Shiwen. In fact, if he had a normal mind, he might have already seen through it. However, he was completely blinded by Yi Shiwen's anger. As long as Yi Shiwen agreed to it, he would oppose it first. If this is probing the weakness, then tell me, where is the weakness of the bloodthirsty hunter? He could not help but glare at Yi Shiwen. He was considered quick-witted, and immediately thought of the most crucial point. Yes, even if it is true, so what? Can it be found? Just now, Diwu Heart-Hearted's arrows have all been probed, but there is no weakness that can be exploited. Yes, this bloodthirsty hunter has already cultivated to the point where there is no weakness. Even if Diwu Heart-Hearted is just probing, it is impossible to find a weakness. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said lightly, "No, in fact, that bloodthirsty hunter has a weakness, and it has already been discovered by Diwu Heart-Hearted. That is why I said that his defeat is certain." Chapter 1939. Weakness? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The skinny old man immediately shouted angrily. He had witnessed the entire battle just now. He believed that he would never make a mistake. It was impossible for there to be any weakness that could be exploited. Physique practitioners generally had a weak point, but at this point, how could there be any weak point that could be exploited? You have also discovered it. It is his chest. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, the real weak point of this bloodthirsty hunter was his chest. He did not pay attention to the surprise of the skinny old man behind him. Impossible. The chest is the hardest part of his body. It's not like I didn't try it just now. The skinny old man did not believe it at all. When he thought of this, he suddenly calmed down a lot. How could this be possible? They had seen the whole process just now. Even if there was a weak point, it could not be the chest. It could even be said that the chest was the strongest defensive point of his entire body. Yes, it is the strongest part of his body, but even so, didn't you notice it? All of his defensive moves can at least strengthen the chest position. Didn't you notice such an obvious action? Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Indeed, if it was the strongest point, in theory, there should be no need to defend at all. However, the movements of the werewolf were all to protect his chest. It was conceivable that under this strongest point, there should be the weakest part hidden. In this regard, Yi Shiwen, who was also a practitioner of physique refining, almost immediately understood why. Before his tyrant body had reached the Deshang realm, there would always be a weakness. Even if the weakness was well hidden, there would still be a weakness. But after his tyrant body reached great success, there was not a single spot on his body that was not perfect. At that time, there would really be no weakness. However, with the degree of his physical body and the perfection of his deduced tyrant body technique, it was also rare. This werewolf was just born strong. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Yi Shiwen, who had a plan and purpose to strengthen his physical body. The tyrannical tyrant body technique, the more he practiced, the more he could perceive it. The original creator of tyrant body technique was simply unimaginable. To what extent his vision was broadened. Although he had only obtained a fragment of it, he was able to tell a thing or two from the first layer of the foundation. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. As the saying goes, those closely involved can't see clearly. The fog in front of him seemed to have been gently pushed aside by Yi Shiwen. Although it was very hard to believe that the strongest point was actually the weakest point, but it was really possible. All of the people present were martial arts masters and could be called Wu Dao Grand Masters. The more weak they were, the more they had to make up for it. It was not that they did not know that. However, she hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be able to see through just a few movements. This kind of eyesight was terrifying. So what? Even if that's his weakness, it's also his strongest point. How could Diwu Tian break it? The old man said stubbornly. So what if he saw through the weakness? Even if he saw through the weakness, it was hard to say whether he could exploit it. Moreover, this werewolf's chest was one of his strongest points. Diwu Heartbreak couldn't even shoot anywhere else, let alone his chest. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible. Yes, what would you have done? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Wife, if it were you, what would you have done? If it were him, with his fighting style, he would have been straightforward, using absolute tyrannical strength to sweep away everything. Burn him to death. Hua Menghan just said lightly, concisely, and clearly. Nanming Li fire was her biggest reliance. Although she didn't learn as many things as Yi Shiwen, in fact, if she truly specialized in one thing, she would be invincible. However, although he had already guessed the result, he didn't know the process. He only knew some information about Diwu Heartbreak on paper. In reality, what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. This was also the key reason why he came to watch this time. At this moment, even Yi Shiwen did not have an answer. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the arena, especially the skinny old man. He did not want to admit defeat to Yi Shiwen. Admitting defeat to such a fellow was simply a great humiliation, even though he had originally thought highly of Diwu Heart-Hearted. After all, Diwu Heart-Hearted had defeated so many powerful experts, including powerful existences at the intermediate profound death stage who had suppressed their strength. At this moment, in order to prevent Yi Shiwen from gaining the upper hand, everything was worth it. But at this time, the initiative was not in his hands. Instead, it was in the hands of Diwu Heartbreak. What would he do? But even he didn't realize that he had been completely influenced by Yi Shiwen. Unknowingly, he had already completely ignored the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf. In his heart, he had unknowingly accepted Yi Shiwen's judgment. The bloodthirsty hunter did have a weakness, and it was in the chest. So how would Diwu Heartbreak defeat him? How would he defeat, not whether he could defeat him? This subtle, psychological change was not even noticed by him, no matter how much he hated Yi Shiwen. The result of Yi Shiwen's words was that even he began to believe in the result he said. On the battlefield, the battle between the two had already reached a white-hot stage. Because the entire arena had been fixed by the formation, including the space, it was impossible for the two to easily destroy the stars and void like they did outside. But it was also because of this that they relied more on moves and techniques. At this time, all of them were completely displayed. The battle between the two of them directly ignited a frenzy, sweeping out in circles. The two of them were like deities in this frenzy, frantically exchanging blows. Diwu Heartbreak's light arrows became faster and faster. All the chi in his body turned into light arrows, continuously shooting out arrow after arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long arrows continuously shot out, like meteors breaking through the sky. Every arrow went straight for the chest of the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf. As Yi Shiwen expected, Diwu Heartbreak had already discovered this weakness that was not a weakness. The reason why it was not a weakness was because it was a weakness, but also its strongest point. As long as he could break through it, he could instantly cause heavy damage to the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf. If he wanted to end the battle in a short time, this was undoubtedly the best way. Roar, roar, roar. This bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf continued to roar, waving his claws like the wind, constantly crushing the light arrows flying towards him. How could he not understand that his weakness had already been discovered? But this was not a problem. A weakness was a weakness, Yes, but whether or not he could break through this weakness was not a problem. But this Diwu heartbreak was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It was hard to imagine that at this age he could have such cultivation. Originally, he had also heard that Diwu heartbreak had invited all the heroes in the world to fight, as long as they were willing to suppress their strength to the same level as him. Anyone could come and challenge him. He felt that this guy was too arrogant. Although their strength was the same, the difference in their levels was like heaven and earth, which meant that the combat power they could display was also like heaven and earth. This guy did not care at all. It was simply an insult to them. But when they actually fought, he discovered that this Diwu heartbreak was indeed extraordinary. To be able to obtain one of the 20 invitations, he was not ordinary, nor was it by luck. Roar, let me see how you plan to break through my weakness. This bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf revealed a ferocious smile. It was cruel and bloody, as if he had seen his favorite prey. Who knew how many so-called geniuses he had slaughtered in his hands? Boom! He suddenly stomped on the ground, and the mountains shook as if there was an earthquake. At this time, he instantly disappeared in midair, and with the help of the rebounding force, he rushed out. His speed was so fast that he directly tore through the air, and there was a burst of extremely intense and sharp sound of breaking through the air. Diwu Heartbreak's expression did not change. He was abnormally calm. Even when the situation was the most disadvantageous for him, there was no change in his expression. It was more like no one could make him move. It's time to end this. Diwu Heartbreak said coldly, "What kind of joke is this? You think you can defeat me? Break for me and become my prey." The voice of the bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf came from the void, but his figure did not appear. No one knew where he had gone. Sunset Arrow! Suddenly, Diwu Heartbreak suddenly moved. He pulled his arm, and suddenly a long arrow appeared in his hand. Then he instantly flew forward. Boom! This long arrow spun rapidly and suddenly formed a huge energy storm. It grew bigger and bigger, and suddenly exploded into the void. Just when everyone thought he had missed, this long arrow suddenly stopped in midair. In the void, a figure appeared. If it was not that bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf, who else could it be? At this time, his chest had been completely pierced. He could not even stand steadily, and he half knelt down. The ferocious expression that was about to succeed still hung on his face, but at this time it slowly expanded into an expression of shock. "This is impossible. You actually hid your strength." That bloodthirsty hunter of the werewolf finally understood why he was so weak. Chapter 1940. From the beginning, Diwu Hearthearted's strength was not weak, so no one expected him to have hidden his strength. Or rather, he did not use his full strength at all, which was why Diwu Hearthearted had succeeded. However, he knew that even if he had been on guard from the beginning, it was useless. The strength that Diwu Hearthearted had displayed was far more tyrannical than he had imagined. His chest was his weakness, but it was also the place with the best defense. In the end, it was still broken through in one move. One could imagine how terrifying Diwu Hearthearted was. It was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Diwu Hearthearted did not continue to kill. After all, it was only a spar. Defeating him was enough. Bang! The light arrows in the chest of the bloodthirsty werewolf instantly crumbled, turning into specks of light that filled the sky before disappearing. At the same time, the wound on the chest of the bloodthirsty werewolf also began to rapidly recover. "This time I admit defeat. Diwu Hearthearted, if there is a chance in the future, I will challenge you again." The bloodthirsty werewolf said unwillingly, "There will be a chance in the future." Diwu Hearthearted said with a smirk, "There won't be a chance in the future. I have gained quite a lot from today's battle. When I break into the profound death realm, you won't even be able to block a single finger of mine." The bloodthirsty werewolf's face suddenly stiffened. It was obvious that Diwu Hearthearted did not take him seriously at all. However, there was nothing he could say. He might be able to fight against Daewoo Heart-Hearted now because he had a much longer cultivation history than Daewoo Heart-Hearted. However, after some time passed and Daewoo Heart-Hearted stepped into the intermediate profound death stage, there would be no basis for a fair fight between them. He clenched his fists unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do, because from a certain perspective, they were no longer the same thing. The people around Yi Shiwen were all looking at Yi Shiwen, not Daewoo Heart-Hearted. Compared to Daewoo Heart-Hearted's defeat of the bloodthirsty werewolf, Yi Shiwen had brought them a much greater shock. Yi Shiwen had guessed everything correctly. No, it was not completely correct, but at least 70 to 80% of it. It was almost as if he had seen the future and completely guessed Daewoo Heart-Hearted's actions. It was simply abnormal. They didn't even dare to imagine it. If they were facing a heaven-stage martial artist, they might be able to figure out their movements through various signs. However, this was a peak early-stage, profound, death-stage expert. How could this be possible? It should even be said that this matter was a little scary, no matter how one thought about it. Now, I'm going to carve my name on the tablet. Daewoo's sadness didn't even look at the bloodthirsty werewolf hunter. Defeated enemies or opponents, to him, were already meaningless. The Holy Monument, Daewoo Heart-Hearted, actually wants to challenge the Holy Monument? Many people suddenly burst into an uproar. Even Hua Minghan's complexion slightly changed. The Holy Monument? What is that? Yi Shiwen asked. It's a stone tablet set up in the 4 satellite cities of the nameless Tao College. Sky-splitting, sun-chasing, Luoyue, and Jiaxing. There are a total of 100 names recorded on the stone tablet. Those who are able to leave their name on it are at least at the profound death stage. These are all the most outstanding disciples of the nameless Tao College. In these countless years, only 100 people have made it onto the list. As long as someone is on the list, it means that someone will be pushed off. Thus, for many people, these 100 names are equivalent to the strongest. Compared to the value of the stone tablet, even the invitation from the nameless Tao College is nothing. Hua Minghan said slowly, in these countless years, there have only been those 100 people? But if it's the strongest 100 people in the history of the nameless Tao College, I'm afraid there will be no lack of myth realm figures among them. How can Daewoo Heart-Hearted challenge them? Yi Shiwen asked, because this has nothing to do with strength. On the contrary, within the same realm, the stronger one is the higher the ranking. Generally speaking, every time the nameless Tao College opens, only a few people can make it into the top 100. As for the top 50 people, there hasn't been any change in the past 10 million years. The last person who broke the rules and made it into the top 50 was the leader of the Divine Union several thousand years ago. Hua Minghan said slowly. Yi Shiwen immediately understood what Hua Minghan meant. Those who could truly make it onto the list were all existences whose strength had soared to the pinnacle of a certain realm. This didn't mean that they were already invincible when they inscribed their name on the stone tablet. Even the current myth realm leader couldn't have been as powerful as he was now back then. He must have gone through a process of getting stronger. Although this wasn't a true ranking of strength, it was equivalent to a ranking of the strongest talents. Any one of them, even if they were at the bottom, would be an invincible existence in the vast history of the mysterious world. Hearing this, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel his blood boil. If he could make it onto the stone tablet, his glory would be remembered for all eternity. But he shouldn't be challenging the overall ranking. Hua Minghan said, "What's the difference?" Yi Shiwen asked. Of course, the names recorded on the overall ranking are the most outstanding and dazzling geniuses of the past countless years. Even in the vast river of history, they won't be obliterated by the turbulent waves of history. Instead, they will become even more dazzling. Apart from the overall ranking, there is another ranking list. This ranking list records the names of the powerhouses of each batch of the nameless Tao College opens. When the next batch of the nameless Tao College opens, the names of the current batch will be erased. The previous batch's first place on the stone tablet was none other than the leader of the Divine Union. Hua Menghan said, "The nameless Tao College only accepts 100 people in total. Doesn't that mean that everyone can be on the list?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Of course not. In fact, it's not only those who have obtained the entry medallion who can leave their names on the nameless Tao Academy. Everyone else can as well. You should know that every time the nameless Tao Academy opens, countless geniuses will come, and not just 100. Some of them are too old and miss the chance to enter the nameless Tao Academy, while others are not strong enough. There are also some who have missed their chance to enter the nameless Tao Academy, while others are not strong enough. In any case, if those who can leave their names on the newcomer stone stele are the strongest of their generation and level, then the overall ranking stone stele can be said to be the strongest since ancient times. In fact, those who can make it into the top 50, aside from a portion of them who perish midway, more than half of them have already entered the immortal realm. In other words, just the nameless Tao Academy's ranking stone stele alone has produced 20 immortal gods. That's why it's not just the mystic world, but even the colossal forces of other worlds will send their outstanding disciples here. It's because this place can help them advance further into the mythical realm, and even further to prove their Tao. Hua Menghan said with a strong desire in her words. In terms of reputation, she was even more famous than Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could understand what 20 immortal gods meant. Even if it was just a tiny bit of friendship, perhaps no one would dare to lay a hand on the nameless Tao College. Moreover, the nameless Tao College itself represented an incomparably terrifying inheritance that had not been broken for countless years. Yi Shiwen understood very well what this meant. Moreover, as more and more people entered the immortal realm, more and more people were willing to send their disciples to the nameless Tao College. A god could support an immortal inheritance, 20 immortal inheritances, and countless mythical figures. He understood better than anyone what this meant. This nameless Tao College was more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. But this has nothing to do with us, Hua Menghan said with a sweet smile. Yes, why not? Don't you want to engrave your name on it? Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Ha ha ha! If both of us engrave our names on it, wouldn't it be a wonderful story that will be passed down for eternity? Hua Menghan rolled her eyes at Yi Shiwen. Sometimes Yi Shiwen was very calm, but sometimes he was very flamboyant, just like a naive child. But it was precisely because he was so unpredictable that she couldn't forget him. At this moment, the face of the skinny old man behind Yi Shiwen twitched twice. He wanted to say a few words of mockery, but when he thought of what had happened just now, his face couldn't help but turn ugly. Not only had he not been able to mock Yi Shiwen, but he had also been mocked by Yi Shiwen. Reality had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. It was simply humiliating. In the end, he opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was completely frightened by Yi Shiwen's gaze that was as precise as a scalpel. In the distance, Diwu's sadness was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept towards Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen. You too tell me your names. I am somewhat interested in the two of you, Diwu Heartbreak said indifferently. Everyone's gazes suddenly focused on Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. Originally, only the people near Yi Shiwen knew that these two were not ordinary. But because of Diwu Heartbreak's words, everyone's gazes suddenly focused on them. Everyone's gazes were like sharp blades as they swept over him. They all seemed to want to know what was so special about this person that made Diwu Heart-Hearted think so highly of him. Diwu Heartbreak had only been here for a little more than a month, but his name had already spread through the streets and alleys. Because of his arrogance, ordinary people were not worthy of being remembered by him. It had nothing to do with cultivation. Cultivation was only temporary, but there were endless possibilities in the future. My name? Remember, I am Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1941. Since Du's sadness had already spoken, how could he show weakness? Yi Shiwen, he's actually Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was the slaughter of the 3 divine union elders at the peak of the early stage profound death realm or the replacement invitation, he had been placed in the eye of the storm. Those who could come here were all interested in the nameless Tao College's entry token. How could they not have heard of his name? No wonder even Daewoo Heart-Hearted thinks so highly of him. Everyone had a feeling of realization. He's Yi Shiwen? I don't think he's that great. Why did the people from the nameless Tao College give him a replacement invitation? Could he be the illegitimate son of an elder from the nameless Tao College? Someone speculated maliciously. At this moment, the face of the skinny old man behind Yi Shiwen twitched continuously. No wonder his eyes were so accurate. This was not without reason. Yi Shiwen, he's actually Yi Shiwen. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that this young man was not simple. There was originally a trace of unwillingness in his heart, but at this moment it could only vanish into thin air. Although his strength wasn't too far off, compared to this young genius with a boundless future, people like him were no different from burning candles. They looked very bright, but in fact, they didn't have many days left to burn. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. He was extremely envious. He had never been so envious before. If he was still young, perhaps he would still have the heart to compete with these people. However, his countless years of experience told him that they might be geniuses in other places. But in the mysterious world, where countless geniuses gathered, they were nothing. Yi Shiwen? I will remember this name. What about you? Daewoo's sadness asked with interest. Hua Menghan. Hua Menghan gently opened her red lips and spat out these 3 words. Suddenly, there was another commotion in the crowd. Another famous name had appeared in the world. It was different from the nouveau riche, like Yi Shiwen. Hua Menghan had been famous for more than 100 years. The name of the celestial phoenix maiden had already spread throughout the heavens and 10,000 worlds. Interesting. Both of you are qualified to be my opponents. I originally wanted to have a good fight with you, but now I am in peak condition. I will go to the stone tablet and leave my name, Yi Shiwen. Do you dare to have a fight with me after 3 months? Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Shiwen. Daewoo's sadness said, although he also wanted to fight with Yi Shiwen immediately. He was currently at the peak of the early profound death realm. His condition could be said to be at the peak. If he waited until he reached the intermediate profound death realm, he might not even have the qualification to enter the newcomer's stone tablet. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Shiwen responded. He felt as if his entire body was boiling with excitement as he watched such a battle. Then wait and see. 3 months from now, I will fight you here. At that time, I hope you won't disappoint me. Daewoo Heart-Hearted smiled slightly. Then he took a step and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Not long after Daewoo Heart-Hearted left, Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan did not linger and immediately left. However, for the crowd, the commotion had just begun. Oh my God, are all these geniuses going to gather? First, it was Daewoo Heart-Hearted. Then it was Yi Shiwen and Hua Menghan. These famous geniuses are finally going to gather and form a golden era? Ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show. Although Daewoo Heart-Hearted has defeated some experts before, how could he be compared to Yi Shiwen? There is also Hua Menghan and the Celestial Phoenix Maiden. Didn't they say that the ancient Phoenix realm is looking for her everywhere? I'm afraid it won't be long before they come. When that time comes, I'm afraid it will be another battle. Let's not talk about Hua Menghan. It's hard to say whether the ancient Phoenix realm has the intention to deal with Hua Menghan. However, the Divine Union can't wait to tear Yi Shiwen to shreds. That's for sure. It seems like things are getting more interesting. It was a good thing for them to have a good show to watch. This matter spread over time. The duel between Diwu Hard-Hearted, who had never been defeated among those of the same level, and Yi Shiwen, who had recently risen to prominence, would definitely become the most important matter in the Luoyua city in the next few months. No one knew how many spies from the various great forces had gathered in the Luoyua city. The arranged duel between the two had also quickly spread to the ears of these great forces. Not to mention that they already possessed the strength of peerless experts. Just their future potential was enough to make people take them seriously. They might not even need 1,000 years to become peerless experts and legendary figures whose names would shake the heavens and the realms. Just as everyone was discussing this, Yi Shiwen had already found a place to stay. Even if it was a place where experts gathered as a profound death realm expert, he would still be able to have his own independent place. In 3 months' time, he would have a duel with Diwu Hard-Hearted. He could not afford to lose this duel. Furthermore, no matter what he said, Diwu Hard-Hearted had indeed given him a lot of pressure. That powerful arrow had left an extremely deep impression on him. If it was a duel now, he would not be afraid. However, if Diwu Hard-Hearted entered the intermediate profound death realm in 3 months' time, he would definitely be defeated. Hence, the only way was for him to enter the intermediate profound death realm as well. That way, no matter how much Diwu Hard-Hearted's strength improved, he would not be able to escape Yi Shiwen's grasp and escape his control. Fortunately, he had already entered the peak of the initial profound death realm. 3 months' time should be enough for him to enter the intermediate profound death realm. However, before he could take a break, someone had already come knocking on his door, almost in the blink of an eye. It was a person completely covered in a cloak. He claimed to be an envoy from the nameless Dao College. Yi Shiwen, Hua Menghan, the two of you can only stay in Luoyua City for a total of 1 month. After 1 month, no matter what, you must leave. The next time you return to Luoyua City will be at least 2 months later. After saying this, the emissary floated away. Yi Shiwen could not help but feel extremely depressed. There was actually such a rule. It was simply insane. In this 1 month's time, he could be considered to have truly witnessed how unscrupulous these people were in order to compete for the entry token. In order to obtain the entry token, they were practically crazy. Or rather, in order to obtain the opportunity to enter the nameless Dao College to study, they were already crazy. For the various major forces in the Xian world, only by experiencing the baptism of the nameless Dao College would they truly have the qualifications to compete for the Dao in the future. As long as it was a force that was slightly above the threshold, they would not let go of such a good opportunity. During this past month, he could be said to have suffered all sorts of hardships. He'd fled in a sorry state on several occasions, and he'd almost lost his life. Those old fellows didn't care if you were a junior or not. For the sake of obtaining a position command token, they'd simply stop at nothing. They were a complete group of madmen. Originally, he thought that entering Luoyua City would allow him to obtain the protection of the nameless Dao College. In that case, he would be able to take a breather. Once the nameless Dao College opened, everything would be better. But now, the people of the nameless Dao College wanted him to leave Luoyua City. This was equivalent to pushing them into the tiger's mouth, like a tiger watching its prey. Deranged, simply deranged. After all, he was not like Diwu Hard-Hearted, who had the backing of a Diwu clan and the immortal inheritance of a deity. Even so, there was no guarantee that Diwu Hard-Hearted would not be attacked from behind, let alone him. It was almost certain that the moment he stepped out, he would be targeted by many people with ill intentions. When that time came, there would definitely be endless trouble, not to mention the possibility of other powerful existences launching sneak attacks. At this time, he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so high profile. He originally thought that Luoyua City was very safe. Except in the martial arts arena, people were not allowed to fight casually. Otherwise, it would be challenging the prestige of the nameless Dao College, which was no different from seeking death. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye the nameless Dao College, which he had placed high hopes on, would give him a super huge sneak attack. This sneak attack directly made him dizzy and he almost fainted. Hua Menghan couldn't help but laugh foolishly when she saw Yi Shiwen's distressed look. She didn't know when it had happened, but looking at his helpless and deflated appearance had become a source of amusement in her heart. She was different from Yi Shiwen. Over the past 100 years, under the nurturing of the Phoenix King, not only had her strength increased, but her vision and knowledge had also become incomparably broad. How could she not know about the rules of Luoyuan City? It was just that she had just come out of closed-door training and had actually forgotten to remind Yi Shiwen. What an insane rule. It's simply insane. He finally understood why the nameless Tao College only recruited a mere 100 disciples. Under such cruel rules, either one was extremely powerful, had incomparable influence, or really had great luck. Otherwise, it was impossible to keep the quota token in their hands. After such a few purges, there was no doubt that the remaining people were the elites and top talents of this era. It was impossible for there to be anyone who was lucky. All of them were people who excelled in a certain aspect, and those who walked at the forefront of this era were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, before he could recover from the depression of being sneak attacked, trouble had already come looking for him. Chapter 1942. Yi Shiwen had yet to digest the sneak attack from the nameless Tao College. At this moment, trouble had already arrived. Many people marveled at Yi Shiwen's strength and reputation. However, it did not mean that everyone thought the same. In the eyes of many, Yi Shiwen, who did not have a strong backing, was a pushover. The strength of an early-stage, profound death stage was not strong enough to make them feel apprehensive. Boom! An incomparably dreadful, imposing aura instantly crushed down and completely enveloped the courtyard where Yi Shiwen was standing. Who's there? In the face of such a serious provocation, it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to not react. Immediately, the imposing aura on his body reacted almost instinctively. Like a sharp blade, it instantly broke through the imposing aura and soared into the sky. Hua Menghan also reacted in an instant. The incomparably powerful Nanming Li fire on her body surged in an instant, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. If not for the fact that the two of them knew that no one here would dare to challenge the dignity of the nameless Tao College, they would have retaliated on the spot. The person who had come to the nameless Tao College had used his aura to open a path and envelop them. This was no longer a simple provocation. Just as the two of them finished speaking, a figure directly floated down. It was an old man in a black robe. Although he looked a little old, his eyes were full of vigor and overbearing. Compared to the eyes of a young man, they were even sharper and more threatening. Yi Shiwen's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the insignia on the shoulder of this old man. He was from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If there were a few forces that he had offended in the profound world, the Divine Alliance would undoubtedly be ranked first. He had killed quite a few profound Death Realm experts and dozens of profound Life Realm experts from the Divine Alliance. This was enough to make the Divine Alliance's hearts ache. It was not surprising that the Divine Union wanted to tear him into pieces. Besides the Divine Union, the Heaven Wasteland Palace ranked second in Yi Shiwen's heart. Although not many people knew about this, he knew that the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace that had killed back in the ancient desolation could become explosives that could explode at any time. At that time, he was not very clear about how powerful the Heaven Desolate Hall was. It should be said that he had no way out after reaching that level. If he did not kill all of them, they would destroy the entire human race. He had no other choice. However, he also knew about this matter. He could hide it for a while, but he could not hide it forever. Quite a few profound life tier experts had died, and they were not Heaven tier martial artists. Every year they could die in various worlds. The death of any expert of that level was something that these powers would definitely investigate. It was impossible for them to give up. There were too many witnesses at that time, so it was impossible for him to sew everyone's mouths shut. In other words, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Therefore, even though the heaven desolate hall did not target him in the profound world, he still regarded them as his number 2 enemy. It was just that he had never revealed it on his face. Now that the heaven wasteland hall was the first to arrive, Yishuin had a bad premonition in his heart. The black-clothed old man had an arrogant look on his face as he indifferently glanced at Yishuin and said, "Yishuin, don't tell me you don't have anything to say to our heaven wasteland palace." Explanation? What do I need to explain? Yishuin asked. Humph. Did you really think that I came empty-handed this time? We have already investigated clearly. You were the one who killed our elders in the ancient, desolate realm. Do you still want to deny it? The black-clothed old man coldly said. Yishuin was startled. Sure enough, he had been investigated. However, he wasn't flustered. This was something that he had already expected. It was just a matter of a little earlier or a little later. It didn't make any difference to him. Yes, so what? If I didn't kill them back then, would you have let me go? Yishuin said with a sneer. We don't care what happened back then. We only know that you have indeed killed a member of our heaven wasteland palace. Do you know what kind of crime that is? He coldly glanced at Yishuin and said, Crime? I don't think it's a crime. You guys are too overbearing. I'm merely self-destructed. If it wasn't for your heaven wasteland palace being overbearing, things wouldn't have turned out like that. Yishuin said, Killing a member of our heaven wasteland palace is a heinous crime. Even if they are in the wrong, others cannot interfere. Our heaven wasteland palace naturally has our own rules. It's not up to you to comment. The black-clothed old man coldly said, What an overbearing rule. Others don't even have the qualifications to comment on your matters? Hua Menghan opened her mouth and said, Hua Menghan, this is just an invitation. It has nothing to do with you. Therefore, you better not get involved. This is not something you can participate in. If you say that our heaven wasteland palace is overbearing, then your ancient phoenix realm will only be more overbearing. The black-clothed old man saw that Hua Menghan had the intention to intervene and immediately warned her. If that's the case, then what else is there to say? Don't tell me you plan to fight me here? Yishuin said with a mocking expression. He wanted to see if the Heaven Wasteland Palace would dare to ignore the dignity of the nameless Tao College and attack here. If that was the case, he might be able to use the nameless Tao College to eradicate this powerful enemy. The black-clothed old man narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment before saying, Yishuin, although you have committed a heinous crime, the heavens are merciful. We intend to give you a chance. A chance? Within Yishuin's body, Zhen Yuan secretly rose. Although he believed that this black-clothed old man wouldn't dare to provoke the prestige of the nameless Tao College, nothing was certain. Therefore, he wouldn't pin his hopes on this kind of thing. He still needed to be vigilant and careful. That's right. I know that you have an invitation in your hands. As long as you hand over the invitation, the grievances between you and the Heaven Wasteland Palace will be written off. You have already thoroughly offended the Divine Union, but the Heaven Wasteland Palace is not afraid of the Divine Union. If you are willing to submit, we are willing to protect you. Even the Divine Union will not be able to do anything to you. The black-clothed old man said word by word with a condescending expression, as if he was giving charity to Yishuin. In his opinion, he had already thoroughly offended the Divine Union and the Cloud Beyond City. Therefore, he should be thinking of ways to grab the olive branch extended by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Offending these two great forces was equivalent to courting death. If the Heaven Wasteland Palace was added to the mix, then he would practically be sentenced to death. Anyone with a little brain would be able to understand what to choose. However, what he did not expect was that Yishuin only smiled contemptuously and said, This is the heinous crime that you mentioned. It turns out that a heinous crime can be written off with an invitation. What a joke! The black-clothed old man's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still said They should feel honored to be able to contribute to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Yi Shiwen, this is your only chance to live. As far as I know, the leader of the Divine Union has already rushed to the profound realm battlefield. Although he is still in a mysterious space and cannot free himself to deal with you, as long as you are still in the profound realm battlefield. This is inevitable. Without the protection of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, you can only wait to die. So, what's your answer? He stared intently at Yi Shiwen. I don't agree, Yi Shiwen said word by word. Although logically speaking, what the black-clothed old man said was the choice that most people would make, it just so happened that Yi Shiwen was not such a person who would take the ordinary path. How dare you? The black-clothed old man immediately flew into a rage. The terrifying strength of the late profound death realm came crashing down endlessly. It was like the most terrifying wave in the world that instantly crushed Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that his whole body had sunk. A dreadful power had completely crushed him. It was like a mountain or a sea, and it was pouring down in torrents. The golden light on his body surged in an instant, and in an instant it turned into a sharp sword and slashed out. Golden spears and armored horses, conquering the heavens. The black-clothed old man had never thought that Yi Shiwen would actually reject his suggestion. This was completely unexpected. In his opinion, their request was as reasonable as it could be. It was simply benevolent and lenient. They could even let go of Yi Shiwen's heinous crime. However, such a reasonable request had actually been rejected in an instant. This was simply crazy. I think you are tired of living. The black-clothed old man was filled with a murderous aura. His clothes fluttered and fluttered under his anger. Do you think the nameless Tao Academy can protect you? When the month is over, you will be driven out of Moonfall City. At that time, there will be countless people waiting for you to come to us. How dare you refuse our kindness? You must have lost your mind. Kindness? Do you think this is kindness? I don't want this kind of kindness. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. As for those who have designs on me, you don't need to worry about them. I want to see how many lives they have. Yi Shiwen's eyes sharpened, and his expression became even colder. The black-clothed old man's aura was unable to suppress Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, he continued to resist. If you have guts, I'll see how you die in a month. The old man's eyes were filled with bewilderment. In the end, he did not dare to make a move in the city. However, his killing intent had already been set. He had already sentenced Yi Shiwen to death. Yi Shiwen must die. Chapter 1943. Humph, you have guts. I'll see how you die in a month. The black-clothed old man didn't even bother to say anything else after leaving these ruthless words. He flicked his sleeves and left. Yi Shiwen, although his words are a bit arrogant, there is one thing that he is right about. The Divine Union is currently unable to deal with you, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to do so. I'm afraid that you will soon face the intense retaliation of the Divine Union if you don't have the protection of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Hua Menghan said, They don't have any good intentions. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, They are not trustworthy. Moreover, they are willing to betray someone who has risked his life for them for so many years just for an invitation. If the Divine Union can afford it one day, I'm afraid that they will personally cut off my head in exchange for the reward. Yi Shiwen understood. The behavior of the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace made him feel even more bitterly disappointed. In their opinion, perhaps it was a matter of course to return the invitation. However, in his opinion, it was incomparably bitterly disappointing. In the eyes of those higher-ups, he was probably just a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. Those who had followed them for so many years could be abandoned just for a trifling invitation, let alone him. However, he also understood that a trifling invitation was an opportunity for those people to change their fate. Perhaps It was the only opportunity for them to prove their Tao in this lifetime. They had already cultivated to the profound realm, and were only one step away from the legendary Tao corroboration. Now that they had such an opportunity, as long as there was a little chance, they would not let it go. It was by constantly seizing every opportunity that they had today that they could achieve their current cultivation. This invitation card was just an invitation card for Yi Shiwen. However, it wasn't the same for other people. However, even if he understood, he absolutely could not agree with such an approach. Moreover, the person who might be abandoned the next time would be him. Yes, he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. However, it is very likely that the first thing we will face when we leave the city in a month's time will be their surprise attack. Hua Menghan said. She was simply too familiar with the style of these big forces. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was just as he had guessed. How could they be willing to give up without achieving their goal? When we leave, we will face a continuous stream of surprise attacks. Hua Menghan also had a rare look of worry on her face. Even with her self-confidence, she could not guarantee that she would be able to withstand the countless attacks that would follow. This was the most terrifying trial of the nameless Tao College. There was no need for them to take action personally. Just a simple rule was enough to make one face the most terrifying trial. It was unknown how many people had been knocked unconscious by this rule. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had fallen to this rule. Unless he was willing to give up, it was almost inevitable that he would face an endless pursuit. You will separate from me after a month. They won't dare to kill you as long as Phoenix King doesn't open her mouth. So, no one should make things difficult for you if you leave alone. Yi Shiwen said, No, how can I leave you alone at this time? Hua Menghan said immediately, That would be for the best. You know what kind of existences will attack when the time comes. You won't be able to help much even if you stay here for a few more months. Yi Shiwen's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart. However, she also understood that Yi Shiwen was only saying that to give it a try. Although her strength was considered top-notch amongst the younger generation, there was still a huge gap between her and those experts who were at the late profound death stage or even the peak profound death stage. Don't worry. Yi Shiwen caressed her fair face and smiled. With my speed, as long as I'm careful, even late profound death stage experts won't be able to surround me. As long as I don't get surrounded on the spot, it won't be a problem for me to escape unscathed. Moreover, I will use all my strength to make a breakthrough in this 1 month. As long as I break through to the mid-profound death stage, I will be able to escape unscathed even in a direct confrontation. It won't be a big problem. They are still far from being able to kill me. Yes, Hua Menghan softly called out as she snuggled into his embrace. They had only been together for a short period of time, and now they had to separate again. Even if it wouldn't be long this time, she was still reluctant to part with him. Don't force yourself. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Even though he knew that every single one of them had experienced mountains and seas of blood and killed their way out, when it came to himself, he was still confused by his concern. Rationality was no longer important. Don't worry, your man is still quite strong. Those people who want my life can forget about it if they don't prepare to fill the fields with floating corpses. Yi Shiwen coldly laughed. If they wanted to kill, they would kill until blood flowed like a river. If they wanted to kill, they would kill until the heavens and earth turned dark. Therefore, the most important thing now is to step into the mid-profound death stage. As long as I step into the mid-profound death stage, I will at least have the ability to protect myself. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, after stepping into the mid-profound death stage, his strength would experience an explosive growth. Naturally, it would be extraordinary and his chances of success would be much greater. You can do it. Hua Menghan rebuked. However, she stuck her head to Yi Shiwen's chest and was unwilling to move away for a long time. The news that the Heaven Desolate Palace had suffered a crushing defeat at Yi Shiwen's side had quickly spread. The reason why everything had been calm after Yi Shiwen had entered, and no one other than the people from the Heaven Desolate Palace had actually come to find trouble with him, was largely because the people from the Heaven Desolate Palace had spoken. Before Yi Shiwen had even arrived, the people from the Heaven Desolate Palace had already spread the word that Yi Shiwen had already been booked by them. Therefore, after Yi Shiwen's identity was exposed, even though many forces had the same thoughts, they did not take action. After all, not many people were willing to fight to the death with the Heaven Desolate Palace, just for an invitation. Although the quota was important, it was not to the extent of starting a war with the Heaven Desolate Palace, just for this quota. Just like the black-clothed old man, everyone felt that Yi Shiwen had no reason to refuse. He had already offended the people of the Divine Union. How could he still refuse the olive branch of the Heaven Desolate Palace? Although this good intention itself would require him to pay a huge price and cut off any possible future Tao validation path. Although it was not impossible to enter the nameless Tao College, most of the Tao validation experts in the Xian world were related to the nameless Tao College, so there was no difference. Even so, it was better than dying in battle. Even so, he still refused, and in such a straightforward manner, without even considering it. This was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Have you heard? Yi Shiwen actually refused the good intentions of the Heaven Desolate Palace. It is said that Elder Xian Ting's face was distorted with anger. Ha ha, don't talk about rumors. I saw it with my own eyes. He was indeed so angry that his face turned green. I guess he did not expect Yi Shiwen to actually refuse. However, Yi Shiwen is really arrogant. He has already offended the Divine Union, and it is said that he has a conflict with Cloud City, but he still has the guts to refuse the Heaven Desolate Palace. Who knows? Perhaps it is because he is brave and fearless that he was able to make it this far? No matter what, this is at most a struggle before his death. Once 1 month is up, it will be the time of his death. To be able to anger Elder Xianting of the Heaven Desolate Hall to such an extent, he can be considered as one of a kind. It's not just the Heaven Desolate Palace. There are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing his invitation. Without the protection of the Heaven Desolate Palace, does he think he can still live? What a fool! Although it seems like a loss to hand it over to the Heaven Desolate Palace, it is still better than losing his life. After receiving the accurate news of Yi Shiwen's refusal, all the major forces immediately took action. There were only a mere 100 invitations to the nameless Tao College, but there were more than 1 or 2 forces and individuals who wanted to obtain them. Any one of the invitations could cause a war, and this was the true purpose of the nameless Tao College. However, just as they were about to make a move, the Heaven Desolate Palace, which had been ruthlessly humiliated by Yi Shiwen, suddenly announced that no one was allowed to interfere in this matter. Even if Yi Shiwen had to die, he had to die in their hands. In particular, Elder Xianting flew into a rage. He had to kill Yi Shiwen with his own hands to appease the hatred in his heart. Everyone understood that the Heaven Desolate Palace had an ulterior motive. Dealing with Yi Shiwen was secondary, and the real reason was probably that they were determined to obtain the invitation. However, facing the Heaven Desolate Palace, who had already issued a kill order, no one wanted to go against them. However, this did not mean that they would just let it go. They just hid deeper. The entire Luoyua city was surging with undercurrents. Time passed day by day amidst the surging undercurrents. In the blink of an eye, a month passed in the blink of an eye. While some people were looking forward to it, this month passed in the blink of an eye. In the hearts of many ordinary people, they seemed to have forgotten about Yi Shiwen. This was because in this month it could be said that there were many big and small things happening in Luoyua City. Diwu Xian was the first to engrave his name on the stone tablet, and his name became famous for a while. However, he was only 1 step ahead. Not long after, many other names appeared on the stone tablet. Each and every one of them was tyrannical, and their thunderous names slowly diminished people's attention towards Yishuin. The only thing that could be related to this was the fact that Hua Menghan had continuously attacked even though Yishuin had hidden himself away and was in seclusion. Her opponents weren't existences like Diwu Hard-Hearted, but they were all people with illustrious reputations. There was no lack of experts at the profound death realm. In this month, the celestial phoenix maiden's reputation skyrocketed, and her name spread everywhere, diverting people's attention away from Yishuin. However, for those who were looking forward to it, the arrival of this day was only a matter of time. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were tightly fixed on that small courtyard. Chapter 1944. For many people, it could be said that they had been calculating every day for the past month. Although 4 satellite cities had been opened, not many people had actually arrived. In other words, there weren't many people who had already obtained the entry token that showed their heads in the end. Unless they had a huge force, they would inevitably face endless pursuit once they showed up. In these 4 satellite cities, there were countless spies from the big forces. Anyone who dared to show up would inevitably face their pursuit until the token changed hands. Most people were aware of this situation. Only Yishuin, a country bumpkin from another world, didn't know anything about this and had come out rashly. If they did not come in, they would at most occasionally encounter some people from the big forces who were searching for them. That would not be too frequent, and there would always be a way out. However, if they entered the city, they would almost be targeted by a pack of wolves. It would not be easy to survive. It could be said that every step was thrilling. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Yishuin was already dead. Moreover, the people he had offended were not ordinary people. The huge power of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was enough to make anyone flinch. It was as if he had already been sentenced to death. Although he would not be targeted by the pack of wolves because the Heaven Wasteland Palace had let out a statement, it was useless because the Heaven Wasteland Palace was a fierce tiger that was much more terrifying than any pack of wolves. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the small courtyard. Everyone knew that Yishuin would come out of closed-door training in a few days. It was impossible to delay it any further, and the Nameless Tao College would not allow him to break the rules of the Nameless Tao College. Although the rules were very cruel, like raising venomous insects, making these top elites in the eyes of ordinary people experience thousands of battles to stand out, many people did not find it strange. However, many people did not find it strange. Ordinary factions only nurtured ordinary experts, unlike the Nameless Tao College, which nurtured experts who could prove their Tao. Any expert who could prove their Tao could be said to be unprecedented. How could they be so easy to cultivate? It was not surprising at all that the Nameless Tao College had such a goal in mind. Outside Luoyua City, an old man in a black robe was flying in the air. His aura was oppressive. Just by standing there, he gave people the illusion that he was extremely powerful. Everyone knew why Elder Xian Ting was doing this. He was waiting for Yishuin to come out. Perhaps he would be caught off guard as soon as Yishuin came out. Lightning flashed under his feet, and it looked very frightening. It was as if an ocean of lightning was brewing. He alone was enough to suppress the world. Although he did not dare to descend his power into Luoyua City, even so he had covered the entire area outside of Luoyua City. It was impossible to escape from his eyes. "Brat, I want to see how far you can continue to be a coward." The Dark Thunder Elder said coldly. His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the entire Fallen Moon City through the Zhanyuan. Everyone heard it, and they knew that Elder Xian Ting's target was none other than Yishuin. "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then hand over your life. Don't even think about escaping. You can't escape from my hands," the Dark Thunder Elder continued. He knew that Yishuin, who was inside, could definitely hear him. He was even disturbing Yishuin's mind. "I'm afraid the Heaven Wasteland Palace is serious this time. Sigh. What a pity that Yishuin will die at the hands of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. We simply won't have a chance." I'm afraid this slot will also fall into the hands of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Yes, the Heaven Wasteland Palace is determined to win. What a pity. However, Yi Shiwen is really bold. Does he really not know how high the sky is? After offending the Divine Union, he actually rejected the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It seems like he's really tired of living. What's so strange about that? Which one of these people isn't a peerless genius in their respective factions? They are incomparably arrogant and do not know how high the sky is. This is a very common thing. It's not a big deal at all. While the Dark Thunder Elder had sealed off the entire Luiwa city, Yi Shiwen was sitting cross-legged on a bed in the basement of the small courtyard where he was secluding himself. Waves of powerful energy were churning in his body, forming a golden ocean. Stormy waves constantly slammed against his body, as if he was trying to break through to a higher realm. His expression was as calm as still water. No matter how much the qi in his body attacked him, he did not show the slightest movement on his face. The qi continuously bombarded his body, which was already not that sturdy to begin with, at the intermediate profound death stage. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of thunderous sounds reverberated in the basement. It was like a thunderclap that shook the entire area. If it wasn't for the formation that had been set up earlier, the entire courtyard would have collapsed long ago. Countless laws appeared around his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a huge universe. The observing scripture was constantly circulating within his body. His entire body seemed to have become a universe that was constantly expanding, constantly rumbling. His expression was calm, as if he was a true god of this universe that controlled everything in it. Boom! Suddenly, the pores in his body opened up and countless laws were absorbed into them. Then they turned into endless golden light and were spat out. Countless deathly energy suddenly formed a mighty tide that swept out in all directions. His aura, which had already reached its peak, actually rose to another realm after this. It was as if he had broken through a huge bottleneck. His entire aura became even more mysterious. The profound character of the profound realm was directly reflected on his body. It was the most profound of mysteries. Intermediate profound death stage. I've finally reached it. He opened his eyes. He had made successive breakthroughs during this period of time. Hence, his foundation was somewhat unstable. Although such a foundation was already extremely sturdy for others, it was still insufficient for him. It was far from enough. A 10,000 feet tall building was built from the ground. If the foundation was not sturdy enough, how could one build a 10,000 feet tall building? This was the most important part of one's foundation. If he did not pay attention to it now, it would be too late when he needed to pay attention to it in the future. How could he not understand this logic? Hence, even though he was only half a step away from the intermediate, profound death stage, he forcefully suppressed it. Over the past month, he had purely honed the impurities in his foundation, allowing it to become even more robust. After stepping into the intermediate profound death stage, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Existences like the Tian Xiao 3 elders could no longer pose any threat to him. He could shatter the heavens with a single hand. It was precisely because of this that he clearly understood how frightening Elder Xianting, who had already stepped into the advanced profound death stage, was. Even though he had stepped into the intermediate profound death stage, he only had the intention of protecting himself. Even so, he would still be chased all over the place by Elder Xianting. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little unresigned. The joy he had felt from his breakthrough had been greatly extinguished. As long as that old dog doesn't let me off and keeps a close eye on me, I'm afraid that I will be chased by him for a long time. Yi Shiwen said with a slight headache. That's right. Although he has just stepped into the advanced, profound death stage not long ago, he is still an opponent that you cannot match up to. If I have already refined this physical body, even without any divine abilities or martial arts, I will be able to destroy him with just my powerful physical body. Yemo became somewhat excited as he spoke. The physical body of the Darkness Master was extraordinarily powerful. Even amongst the gods, the Darkness Master was not a weakling. Although this strength was not comparable to his peak fighting strength, there was no better state for the current Yemo Ishuin was also very clear about this. After Yemo refined the physical body of the Lord of Darkness, he would gain an extremely powerful helper. However, before this, Yemo was basically a cripple. He couldn't help Yishiwen at all. Therefore, Yishiwen could only endure it. Once Yemo refined the physical body of the Darkness Master, he would not even be afraid of the Divine Union Leader. The Divine Union Leader was only known as a mythical being. After all, he had yet to prove his Tao. The Darkness Master was an expert amongst experts who had proven their Tao. Even if he had fallen and lost his nomological powers, his strength would still be extraordinary. However, you do have something that can deal with him. Yemo suddenly said, "What is it?" Yishiwen asked. "It's the Ghost Heart Flame formation. Although it is a little difficult for you to activate this formation now, it will be extremely difficult for you to unleash its full power even if you have mastered the Ghost Heart Flame formation. However, it is still possible for you to do so for a short period of time. Coupled with the Xian cores that you have just obtained, if you dare to burn 10 million Xian cores, I will be able to severely injure him. However, it should not be possible to kill him. After all, he has already stepped into the advanced profound death stage and walks on the path of lightning. He does not have a weakness that you can exploit like the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits." Yemo said, "Furthermore, if you are unable to kill him in a short period of time after severely injuring him, many experts from the Heaven Desolate Palace will definitely rush over. You will not be able to kill him in time." Yi Shiwen's mind spun. If 10 million Xian cores could seriously injure him, this transaction would undoubtedly be a loss for others. 10 million Xian cores could be said to be an astronomical amount of wealth. He had taken advantage of Yuelao's serious injuries to obtain this amount from him. An ordinary person would not have seen so many Xian cores in their lifetime. However, Yishiwen was not an indecisive person. "Let's do it." Chapter 1945. He had the courage to do so. Furthermore, his Xian cores were mostly the result of his eruption. It was not too painful for him to sell off his father's field. Furthermore, this was not the first time he had done such a prodigal act in his life. As long as it was worth it, he was willing to do anything. Even so, 10 million Xian pills was not a small amount. Originally, he had 20 million Xian pills. However, in order to break through to the mid-profound death stage, he had used up 5 million Xian pills, leaving him with only 15 million. If he were to use up another 10 million Xian pills, the remaining 5 million Xian pills would not be considered much. Although it was still a lot for an ordinary person, to him, he felt as if he had returned to the state where he was before liberation after a night of hard work. "What should I do?" Yi Shiwen asked. If he said he would do it immediately. He was not an indecisive person and immediately asked directly. "It's very simple. Just lure him over. At that time, you can directly activate the Ghost Heart Flame formation and seriously injure him on the spot. It's a pity that you are not strong enough. Otherwise, just the Ghost Heart Flame formation alone would be enough to completely obliterate him. If your strength was comparable to his, killing him would not be a problem at all." Yemo sighed and said. Yi Shiwen's face turned a little green. 10 million Xian cores was used to seriously injure a profound death stage, late stage expert. Such an act could not be said to be a prodigal act. However, the effect was extremely good. If he had relied on his own strength, it would be impossible for him to achieve such an extent. "All right, let's do it. This old dog won't let go of me." Crippling him can be considered as a warning to the others. Originally, it wouldn't be so easy to leave. However, these people from the Heaven Wasteland Hall think themselves clever and won't let the others intervene. Furthermore, This old dog actually wants to kill me personally. The other experts of the Heaven Wasteland Hall won't take action for a while. This is my best chance." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and spoke with killing intent overflowing in all directions. The overbearing actions of the Heaven Desolate Palace time and time again had completely infuriated him. If they wanted to take his life, they would have to see if he could endure being bitten off a few chunks of his flesh. Since he had already made his decision, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and directly walked out. At this time, Hua Menghan was anxiously waiting outside. She couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw him come out. At this moment, Yi Shiwen had just broken into the intermediate, profound death realm. His aura was still somewhat unstable and had yet to be completely restrained. Therefore, Hua Menghan could easily see that Yi Shiwen had already stepped into the intermediate, profound death realm. You have already stepped into the intermediate, profound death stage. This is for the best. Your chances of success have increased. Hua Menghan said. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted and there was still some worry between her brows. No matter what, the other party was a colossus like the Heaven Wasteland Hall, and the one who had personally taken action was an infamous existence like Elder Xianting. For an outsider like Yi Shiwen, the Xianting elders were like floating clouds, but for the native experts of the Xian world, they were not easy to deal with. Although Hua Menghan was not a native of the Xian world, but she had been living in the Xian world for hundreds of years, so she knew a lot more than Yi Shiwen. Don't worry. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for that old dog to take my life. On the contrary, I will give him a big gift so that his soul will tremble when he thinks of me in the future. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, full of murderous intent. Hua Menghan was slightly relieved when she saw that Yi Shiwen was so confident. However, she did not ask much about what kind of trump card he had. After I go out, everyone's attention should be attracted by me. When that time comes, you can find an opportunity to escape. Although you have Phoenix King to protect you, it is inevitable that there will be some extremely daring people. You'd better be careful. Yi Shiwen said. Yes, I understand. Hua Menghan had a solemn look on her face and slightly clenched her fists. This time, Yi Shiwen was being hunted down, but she couldn't do anything to help him. This situation had stimulated her heart and mind. She wanted to become stronger, and the unprecedented belief of becoming stronger was burning in her heart like a raging fire. Yi Shiwen embraced Hua Menghan in his arms and kissed her forehead. Then he took a big stride forward. His figure transformed into a ball of golden light and disappeared into the horizon. Hua Menghan looked at Yi Shiwen's disappearing figure and clenched her fists. It seemed as if she had already made an important decision. The news of Yi Shiwen's departure couldn't be concealed from those informants. It immediately attracted the attention of those informants. In particular, Elder Xianting was the first to sense Yi Shiwen's departing figure. Humph, you want to leave? I want to see where you will go. His face was somewhat casual. Although he hated Yi Shiwen for making him lose face, he didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes. If he, an expert of the late profound death realm, regarded an expert of the early profound death realm as a formidable enemy, then it wouldn't be because the other party was too strong. Instead, it would only make him look like a failure. Yi Shiwen's figure was constantly changing in the void. It was as if he was treading on air. He was constantly changing patterns. He was like a group of light and shadow. He was constantly flying in the void. Huge sonic booms erupted in the void, forming terrifying cracks. His speed seemed to have reached its limit. However, the storm wings behind his back hadn't been unfurled. In the eyes of others, his speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. However, for Yi Shiwen, his speed hadn't reached its limit yet. Rumble! At this moment, thunderous roars came from behind him. Layers of dense clouds began to form in the void. Endless thunder and lightning had already begun to form. They were constantly surging within, just like a heavenly tribulation. Such an environment looked exceptionally terrifying. It was as if one had entered a world of thunder and lightning. Not far behind him, a silhouette chased after Yi Shiwen like a flash of lightning. This silhouette carried a formidable aura. Even the clouds in the sky were formed by his imposing aura. This old dog is really persistent in chasing after me. If he didn't chase after me, he could consider himself lucky today. However, it's a pity that he insists on killing me. In that case, I'll give him a big gift. Yi Shiwen closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. At this moment, only the mysterious Thunder Elder was chasing after him. There were many tyrannical figures behind him. However, they were all quite a distance away. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was the mysterious Thunder Elder's prey. Therefore, although they were envious, they didn't dare to casually rush in. This also gave Yi Shiwen leeway to control the situation. Otherwise, with so many experts pouring in, it would be impossible for him to deal with them one by one, even with the Ghost Heartfire formation. At that time, there would only be one way, and that was to flee. The mysterious Thunder Elder was extremely fast. His body technique was related to thunder and had long reached a certain realm. In fact, his speed was even faster than the speed of an ordinary person tearing through the void and teleporting. This was where his true confidence came from. He was confident that he alone could easily capture Yi Shiwen without the help of the other experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. How could it be possible for Yi Shiwen to escape from his hands? In just a moment, he had already caught up to Yi Shiwen. His eyes became fiercer and fiercer. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a dead man. In his eyes, there was indeed no difference between Yi Shiwen and a dead man. Yi Shiwen soon felt that the sound of breaking through the air behind him was getting louder and louder, that thunderous power had directly crushed over. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen only saw a flash of lightning in front of him. A figure had already caught up to him. It was the mysterious Thunder Elder. He stepped on the void and looked at Yi Shiwen with an unconcealable ridicule in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at a ridiculous ant. Yi Shiwen, run. Let's see if you can escape from me. I want to see how you are going to escape from my hands today. The mysterious Thunder Elder said coldly, "If you are willing to surrender to the Heaven Wasteland Palace, perhaps you might have a chance of becoming a legend in the future. It's a pity that you can only die here. Today, we will settle our old and new debts together. Legend, is this your goal? Summer insects can't talk about ice, and sparrows can't understand the ambitions of the great." Yi Shiwen said with a smile. This was the biggest contradiction between them. Although everyone wanted to prove their Tao and fight for that slim chance of survival, most of them knew that they had no chance at all. If they had the chance to enter the legend realm, it would be an unprecedented great fortune for them. As for proving their Tao, they could only think about it and not take it seriously. Therefore, to them, this invitation was not as important as their own lives. Moreover, to be able to surrender to a colossus like the Heaven Wasteland Palace was their lifelong dream. Therefore, they would never understand Yi Shiwen's mentality. The ants on the ground would never be able to peep into the sky of an eagle. Sharp-tongued. So what if you have the ambition of a great swan and want to prove your Tao? Today you will be buried here. In the end, you will only be a skeleton on the road to proving your Tao. The mysterious Thunder Elder did not care about Yi Shiwen's words. He had already given up and knew that there was no chance for him. Therefore, he did not care about the steel frame. "Do you really think that I came out unprepared?" Yi Shiwen could not help but smile. "Prepared? What preparation can you have? No matter what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves, they are useless in the face of true strength. It is just like throwing an egg against a rock." The mysterious Thunder Elder stood with his hands behind his back and did not care about Yi Shiwen at all. "That's right. I actually agree with this statement. However, in my eyes, your strength is not as strong as you think. Those annoying flies are coming. I have to finish this quickly." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said. As he spoke, the world suddenly changed. Countless spiritual energy, formed a whirlwind and surged over. Chapter 1946. Countless wisps of spiritual energy frantically gathered at Yi Shiwen's position. A shocking wave swept out. What a farce! Elder Xian Ting sneered. He did not seem to take Yi Shiwen's methods seriously. He had the strength and the means to do so. Ignorant kid, I think you're in a hurry to die. His anger surged, and the sea of lightning beneath his feet instantly expanded. It set off stormy waves and looked like a huge universe of lightning. Crash! Suddenly, there was an incomparably loud roar. A huge bolt of lightning turned into an earth-shattering lightning dragon. It swept down and landed heavily on Yi Shiwen's head. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The yin-yang life and death diagram appeared above Yi Shiwen's head and blocked the huge bolt of lightning. Yi Shiwen's body swayed slightly, and this wave of power was completely dissipated. This majestic power melted under Yi Shiwen's feet. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen stomped his feet. His entire body was like a ball of golden light as he swept out and headed straight for Elder Xianting. Crash! Countless bolts of lightning struck down, as if it was raining lightning. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's entire body was constantly shuttling through the thunderstorm. The densely packed thunderstorm could not touch his body at all. Elder Xianting was slightly astonished. Yi Shiwen's agility technique was extraordinary. It should be known that even though both of them were at the late profound death stage, it was impossible for him to pass through it unscathed. Yi Shiwen did have some skills. However, a sneer soon appeared on his face. He had seen too many of these so-called geniuses. They were all arrogant and did have some skills. Some of them even practiced earth-shattering martial techniques that had been passed down since ancient times. All of them had something to rely on. But so what? Going against the Heaven Wasteland Palace would only result in death. You're courting death. You actually want to break through my defensive line. Elder Xian Ting sneered. Swish! Just as he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen had already pounced in front of him. He had already torn a huge crack in the space and jumped out from it. His entire figure was like a ghost, extremely fast. Old dog, eat my fist! Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and blasted it out. A vast golden tide directly swept out. It seemed as if a universe was stretched out like a scroll. The mighty universe condensed in the fist intent of his fist and was sublimated. The surrounding space all shattered in response. Insignificant skill! Boom! Just as Yi Shiwen's fist was about to hit Elder Xianting, he saw that countless lightning bolts suddenly condensed on his body and formed a huge thunder armor. Yi Shiwen's fist energy bombarded the thunder armor. However, it dispersed and transformed into golden lights that filled the sky. He had completely blocked it. Courting death! The mysterious Thunder Elder let out a loud shout. He transformed into a big thunder hand and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to grab him. It was as if it wanted to crush him on the spot. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen directly disappeared from where he stood, making him pounce on empty air. How strong are you exactly? As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, a long sword suddenly formed in the void, pierced through the sky, and instantly fell towards the mysterious Thunder Elder. It's useless. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, you won't be able to escape from me. The mysterious Thunder Elder sneered, and directly formed a hand. Countless lightning laws appeared, condensing into a huge thunder hand, and grabbed towards the long sword. Boom! However, there was only a loud roar, and the long sword suddenly shattered. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was extremely fast, like 2 lightning bolts that had reached the extreme limit. In the distance, the various experts stopped there and did not dare to approach. It would not be good if the mysterious Thunder Elder mistakenly thought that they were trying to help Yi Shiwen and were attacked. Even the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, who were hidden in the darkness, did not step forward. In their opinion, the mysterious Thunder Elder was more than enough to deal with this guy. Didn't they see that his attacks were all blocked by the mysterious Thunder Elder? This Yi Shiwen does have some skills. No wonder his name can shake the world. Although he is being played, he is still able to last for so long against a profound Death Realm expert. This is not something that an ordinary person can do. At the very least, his movement skills are nowhere to be found. However, it's useless. After today, he will be completely buried. So what if his movement skills are good? The mysterious Thunder Elder's movement skills are top-notch. It's impossible to escape from him. It's useless. No matter what tricks you have, you won't be able to escape from me. The mysterious Thunder Elder sneered. He continued to attack, but was unable to catch Yi Shiwen. However, he was not anxious at all. It was like a cat catching a mouse, and he did not care at all. Who said that I'm going to escape from you? You'd better fend for yourself. Yi Shiwen's words made the mysterious Thunder Elder slightly vigilant. He had been paying attention to the tricks that Yi Shiwen had mentioned since the beginning. After all, it was impossible for him to be completely unprepared. If it was him, he would not be so unprepared even if he had to face the pursuit of a Myth Realm expert. Even if he were to die, he would still bite off a piece of the Myth Realm expert's flesh. So what was Yi Shiwen's trick? Although the mysterious Thunder Elder was conceited, he was not that arrogant. His conceit came from his strength. However, Yi Shiwen might have other tricks up his sleeve. Even if he could not deal with him, he could still make him feel disgusted for a long time before he died. Suddenly, he noticed that specks of starlight had appeared in his surroundings. They seemed to have been left behind by Yi Shiwen when he was constantly flickering. It was just that he did not notice them earlier. At this moment, a bad thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that this little bastard was actually stalling for time? The moment he thought of this possibility, he did not want to let Yi Shiwen continue regardless of what he was planning. He did not want to be bitten by the snake instead. As he thought of this, he no longer hesitated and did not want to continue playing. Swish! His entire figure streaked across the sky, spinning and forming endless lightning. His figure was already like a ghost as he swept out. His palm, which contained countless terrifying lightning bolts, directly slammed towards the void. Walala! Yi Shiwen's figure also appeared in the midst of the lightning. He had been completely forced out by the mysterious Thunder Elder, a profound Death Realm expert who had used his full strength attacked with the power of lightning. He did not give his opponent the slightest chance to breathe. Yi Shiwen's figure flickered once again. He turned into a streamer of light and flashed away. At this time, the mysterious Thunder Elder waved his hand, and a long thunder spear appeared in his hand. It transformed into a world of thunder and pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed. No one could predict the terrifying movement of this thunder spear. Yi Shiwen continuously retreated and continuously sent out golden light to block this lightning spear. However, it was useless. This lightning spear could be said to be like a hot knife through butter as it suddenly retreated in defeat. No matter where Yi Shiwen escaped to, the mysterious Thunder Elder could be said to be following him like a shadow. It's useless. You think that your speed is already not bad, but how can it compare to mine? Elder Xian Ting's complexion turned sinister. The thunder spear was getting closer and closer to Yi Shiwen. His entire body leaned forward, and the vast thunder smashed the horizon into pieces. Do you really think that I need to escape? Now that I've played enough, it's time to give you a big gift. A big gift worth 10 million Shen pills. You better keep it well. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and suddenly formed a seal. Then a huge mountain range came crashing down from the void. Rippling mountain seal. You want to deal with me with this level of attack? Elder Xian Ting shouted in disdain. He reached out one of his hands and grabbed towards the mountain range. Bang! Although his arm was numbed by the tremendous force, it still allowed him to smoothly grab the mountain range and explode it on the spot. At this moment, suddenly, the opportunity that Yi Shiwen had been waiting for a long time finally arrived. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, in that instant, countless willow, the wisp lamps lit up in the surroundings. These lamps floated in the void and seemed to cater to some kind of mysterious pattern. In an instant, the power of the world began to distort and churn. A large formation was formed in an instant. Vast power of the world instantly crushed down on the mysterious Thunder Elder. Yi Shiwen watched from afar and could not help but smile. For the sake of this large formation, he had put in a lot of effort. How could it be that easy to set up a formation, especially one that could seriously injure a late profound death stage expert? One could imagine the difficulty of this. Previously, he had not only wanted to delay the mysterious Thunder Elder so that he would have time to set up the formation. More importantly, he wanted to test the extent of his strength. After stepping into the intermediate, profound death stage, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. How could an ordinary person withstand a punch from him? However, it did not matter to a late profound death stage expert like the mysterious Thunder Elder. He could completely measure the extent of Yi Shiwen's strength. A late profound death stage expert could completely withstand such an attack. However, it would be even better if he could seriously injure the mysterious Thunder Elder. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was for the mysterious Thunder Elder to fall for it. The instant the ghost heart flame formation was formed, countless Xian pills started to burn at a crazy speed within the Tianyuan mirror. The energy that was formed was frantically absorbed by the ghost heart flame formation and started to circulate. Old dog, keep this big gift well. Chapter 1947. The entire ghost heart fire formation was activated in an instant. Countless forces began to surge. Everything was annihilated by the ghost heart fire formation. The space collapsed inch by inch, revealing the earth, fire, water, and wind elements. It was as if the earth, fire, water, and wind elements were being refined again. A terrifying power surged, and countless willow, the wisps lit up. Any one of these ghost heart fires could be considered priceless in the outside world, not to mention that so many of them were linked together to form an earth-shattering formation. And the one who arranged this formation was a deity. What kind of identity and what kind of means did that deity have? Ordinary people simply couldn't hope to catch up to him. Such a terrifying power instantly crushed towards Elder Dark Thunder, who was in the center of the formation. A powerful force that could shatter the laws swept out in an earth-shattering manner. Seeing this unforeseen event, Elder Dark Thunder suddenly turned pale with fright. Even he couldn't underestimate such a huge power. How could he dare to underestimate it? He immediately snorted coldly and shot out his palm. The power of thunder swept out in an attempt to resist the ghost heart fire formation. However, the ghost heart fire formation was already fully activated. After burning tens of millions of Xian pills, the endless Lingqi turned into a monstrous power that crushed everyone who tried to resist inside. Bang! 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 Elder Dark Thunder's defense was completely crushed in an instant. He couldn't even block it. In an instant, it had already reached Elder Dark Thunder's side. Boom! That terrifying force was like a tsunami crushing towards Elder Xianting from all directions. Ah! Elder Dark Thunder let out a blood-curdling scream. All the bones in his body seemed to have been squashed. All his defensive tools collapsed in an instant. Blood splattered out, and bone fragments swirled in the air. He looked extremely miserable. Just one attack had left him completely injured. He was so miserable that even an ordinary profound realm expert could completely injure him. However, after just one attack, the ghost heart fire formation seemed to have exhausted all its energy. That violent power retreated like a receding tide. After a while, it completely dissipated. The entire ghost heart fire formation flickered a few times in the sky before completely disappearing. Yi Shiwen was watching from afar. He also felt extremely shocked. The power of the Ghost Heart Fire Great Array was much more overbearing than he had expected. It was simply unbelievable. A late profound death stage expert had actually been seriously injured in an instant. It could be said that his life was hanging by a thread. Even a peak profound death stage expert would be seriously injured. No wonder the Lord of Darkness had been so confident that the Ghost Heart Flame Grand spell formation would be able to stop all of his enemies. If it was a powerful spell formation with enough energy, not even myth experts would be able to break it, much less profound realm experts. Not even gods would be able to break it. Only a freak like Yi Shiwen could forcibly comprehend the mystery of the Ghost Heartfire Great Array. Only then was he able to enter through the window and finally take away the Ghost Heartfire Great Array. This was an anomaly. Even the gods couldn't predict it. But even so, for Yi Shiwen, this Ghost Heartfire Array was still a big killing machine. And if he could not use it, then he would not use it. The price of 10 million Xiandan was enough to make a prodigal like him feel a toothache. Not to mention that it had only been activated for a moment. How could he activate the Ghost Heart Fire Great Array as he wished without reaching the level of a god? Just the huge consumption alone was enough to make an ordinary person go bankrupt. No, under normal circumstances, even a peak profound death stage expert would not be able to activate such a formation even if he exhausted all of his wealth. But even though he felt a toothache, Yi Shiwen did not forget his proper business. Although he wanted to catch up and end this old dog with a single slash, the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had already pounced over crazily after a short period of shock. If he was slightly slower, he would probably be entangled by these people. He did not have the financial resources to activate the Ghost Heartfire Great Array again. Moreover, other than the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the experts of the other forces would not let the matter rest if they saw this situation. It was possible that they would directly pounce over like a pack of wolves. He had seen too much of this during this period of time. He represented that quota. Although he didn't have a quota token, the nameless Tao College would naturally transfer the quota to someone else if he could prove that he had killed Yi Shiwen. It didn't make any difference. What they wanted was the strongest person who could survive until the end. In this sense, luck was more or less necessary. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly left with a flash on the spot. After he left, the various forces were instantly stirred up like boiling water. Everyone had thought of all the possibilities, and even some people had considered the possibility of Yi Shiwen escaping. However, they absolutely did not expect the final outcome to be like this. Yi Shiwen casually injured the Xianting elder on duty and calmly left. This caused the remaining experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace to not know whether to chase after him or save him first. The entire scene seemed to have taken a long time, but in fact, it only took a moment. However, an unexpected reversal had occurred. This Yi Shiwen is really powerful. Within the city, a profound death stage expert could not help but faintly say, for people at their level, in reality, they might not even look up to gods. They were merely half a step into the realm of gods. To them, the gods were merely slightly more powerful people, much less a profound death stage practitioner. No matter how submissive they were on the surface, it was rare for them to remain dormant in their hearts. Yi Shiwen's attack had thoroughly subdued them. He was ruthless, decisive, and didn't hold back at all. Moreover, he was decisive in his actions. He would leave as soon as he said he would. He wouldn't hesitate at all. This was the standard for achieving great things. More importantly, although they did not know how much energy would be consumed to activate the formation, they could more or less guess that the formation would consume an astronomical amount of wealth from the terrifying power that could seriously injure a profound death stage expert to the brink of death with a single strike. However, Yi Shiwen had used such a large amount of wealth without any hesitation. If they were in his shoes, not to mention a toothache, they would basically have a liver ache. If such a person did not die this time around, he would definitely become a dragon in the future. However, it would not be easy for him to become a dragon. There was a huge mountain in front of him. The leader of the Divine Union was a terrifying existence that was faintly known as the #1 expert in the Xian world. To profound realm experts, he was a powerful existence that could destroy them with a single finger. To them, he was practically no different from a god. Hua Menghan stared fixedly at Yi Shiwen's disappearing figure before she involuntarily sighed in relief. Although Yi Shiwen had spoken with certainty, she was still somewhat worried. After all, the other party was a powerful, profound death stage expert. Regardless of how powerful she was, regardless of whether she was called the Celestial Phoenix Maiden or not, she only realized at this moment that she was still a woman. Just a woman. That was all. Why would she worry about her lover? Since she had confirmed that Yi Shiwen was fine, she also heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, she flew out of the city, turned into a ball of flames, and disappeared. Although he had the support of an earth-shattering figure like the Phoenix King, she was also very clear that the temptation of the entry token would still cause some people to lose their rationality. When that time came, she would inevitably be entangled with them. However, it was still better than Yi Shiwen. At the very least, those great forces would not suddenly kill her out of respect for the ancient Phoenix realm. Even though she had already been chased out of the ancient Phoenix realm, she still had to give face to the Buddha. During this month, Yi Shiwen had focused on his closed-door training. However, she had not done nothing. After Diwu Xan had carved his name on the stone tablet, she had also tried to enter it. However, she had barely managed to enter the stone tablet. She had just stepped into the profound death stage and had not displayed her strength to its peak. Even so, it was enough to shock the world. In the ancient Phoenix realm, the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline was considered as a legendary royal family. Hua Menghan, who had inherited the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, was naturally not bad. If Yi Shiwen had not stolen her limelight, she would definitely be one of the most famous experts. Although it could not be said that she was stronger than anyone else. After all, there were many experts in the myriad heavens realm. There were countless races with aptitude. However, it was enough to say that she was not weaker than anyone else. Hua Menghan's departure had only attracted the attention of some observant people. More people were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. In the face of this sudden change, the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace seemed to have gone crazy. Originally, they were 90% sure that they would succeed. Now, such an unforeseen event had actually happened. For them, this was simply a great humiliation, and they could not forgive it. Very quickly, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had already released the news that they wanted to take Yi Shiwen's head. No matter who was able to kill Yi Shiwen, not only would they be rewarded by the Heaven Wasteland Palace, their quota would also be obtained by the person who killed Yi Shiwen. The Heaven Wasteland Palace would not interfere, nor would they ask for it. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a stir in the entire Xian world. Originally, no one knew that the Heaven Wasteland Palace had actually suffered such a huge loss. A late, profound, death stage elder had actually been seriously injured and had almost died. One could only imagine how shocked they were. Moreover, for many people, it was easy to imagine that a mid-profound death stage expert was actually able to defeat a late profound death stage expert. One could imagine what sort of luck was involved. However, for them, what they truly cared about was the word luck. Chapter 1948. Everyone was paying close attention to exactly what kind of coincidence could allow a mid-profound death stage martial artist to seriously injure a late profound death stage martial artist with a single strike. There was definitely a reason that no one knew about. Among them, Yi Shiwen's formation had attracted the attention of many people. Even though it required a huge amount of wealth, it was still a terrifying deterrent weapon. Everyone was completely shocked. Many people hadn't thought that far ahead. But to them, the scene that they saw today was too frightening. This news spread from Luoy West City very quickly. Immediately, many people began to get restless. Regardless of whether it was the quota token or the rewards from the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union, they were all great riches to them. If they could find Yi Shiwen and kill him, they would be able to obtain everything. It could be said that their lives and fates had been changed in an instant. In an instant, experts from all sides began to search. However, the profound world battlefield was extremely vast. It was not like the profound world outside, where there were no powerful existences for them to search at will. No one knew how many ferocious and terrifying monsters there were inside. Therefore, although many people had been mobilized, the results were not very good. They could not even find a trace of Yi Shiwen, let alone capture him. However, many people believed that Yi Shiwen would be exposed sooner or later if they continued to conduct an inch-by-inch search, and they feared that he would have to face the scene of the experts of the major forces courageously rushing over to kill him at that time. At this time, there were sounds of fighting and killing outside. At this time, Yi Shiwen plunged into the depths of the profound world battlefield. The profound world battlefield was not the only battlefield. Back then, after the profound world battlefield was formed, experts from all sides had fought in it countless times. There had also been earth-shattering battles. In this way, over time, the entire profound world battlefield was slowly formed. Countless battles had shattered the space here. Some flew out and were lost in the spatial turbulence, while some were still there. However, they were even more dangerous. Slowly, it became the current forbidden areas of the profound world battlefield. Some of these forbidden areas even had powerful existences like the Lava Overlord. It was simply not a place that ordinary people would dare to set foot in. In fact, it was said that in the deepest parts of the profound world, there were godmyth freaks who had been slumbering for who knew how many years. If they woke up, it would be catastrophic. Even if it was a sensational event in Fallen Moon City, the impact would become smaller and smaller as it slowly spread out. Some remote planes might not have any newcomers for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to capture Yi Shiwen, even if it was just a trace, even if the other party was a colossus like the Heaven Desolate Palace. Yi Shiwen finally arrived at a world of ruins 10 days after he had severely injured Elder Xianting. During these 10 days, Yi Shiwen could be said to have been hiding from place to place. Even under such a complicated situation in the mysterious world battlefield, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union would definitely be able to find him. He looked at the yellow, sand-like world in front of him. This was only a small world. It could not even be considered an independent world. It could only be considered a subplane. As the saying went, there were 3,000 large worlds, 3,000 medium worlds, and 3,000 small worlds. Different levels of worlds had their own standards of classification. This was also the origin of the various worlds in the heavens. This small plane could not even be considered as a subplane. Some of the top experts would casually exchange blows with each other and cause such a subplane to appear. Yellow sand filled the sky in front of him. It was as if the entire world had been overdrawn with all its vitality and was now only left with a sense of decay. Yi Shiwen looked around and could vaguely see some traces of a formation. In the distant past, these formations should have been operating at full strength to protect the safety of this small plane. However, they had already disappeared with the wind. Even the dragon veins that had been buried underground had already dried up. Only some dragon marrow could be seen, scattered all over the place. In the past, these would have been priceless treasures to him. However, now that he had entered the mid-stage profound death realm, the dragon marrow formed by the dead dragon veins was not bad. However, he still had more important things to do. Now that he had escaped from the Fallen Moon City, it would be impossible for him to return to the Fallen Moon City within 3 months. He had to keep this up until the nameless Tao Academy truly opened and they were sucked into it. Only then would it be possible. To him, these 3 months were just like taking a nap. Even if he were to casually cultivate, the time would be far longer than that. Furthermore, he had to become sufficiently strong during these 3 months. He did not even know how much time he had. Facing Elder Xianting's crazy revenge was only one aspect. After all, he did not even know whether the leader of the Divine Union would personally take action. If they personally took action, Yi Shiwen's chances of winning wouldn't just be low. In fact, it could even be said that he had no chance of winning at all. Using ordinary methods to contend against an existence like the leader of the Divine Union was impractical. A legendary figure like the leader of the Divine Union simply could not be dealt with by ordinary people. He had no confidence, so he had to make the most of every minute and second he had to become stronger. Only then would he have a chance of surviving. Furthermore, the earlier he entered the ranks of the ancient barons, the more important it would be for him. He did not have much time to waste on the dragon marrow. Thus, he immediately took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already in an extremely distant place. He hurriedly flew towards the center of this small plain. In the center of this small plain was an ancient city filled with dust. Just like this plain, the entire city was shrouded in dust. It seemed like no one was maintaining it, so it seemed like it could be blown away by the wind at any time. Perhaps this city had once been glorious, but after the dragon vein had been exhausted, it had gradually become lifeless. Many people had already evacuated this place. Of course, there were naturally no civilians in the mysterious realm battlefield. Ordinary civilians simply could not survive in the mysterious realm battlefield. This city that had been abandoned for many years suddenly became lively during this period of time. Many experts that were originally hard to find had all gathered on this battlefield at this moment. Almost half of the world's mysterious realm experts had gathered in the mysterious realm battlefield, and many mysterious realm experts had also gathered there. These mysterious realm experts were usually very elusive. They basically shuttled back and forth between the various battlefields and broken spaces, looking for things left behind by God-level experts. These things might very well be related to their future path of Tao validation. Many of them might even be searching for opportunities in the mysterious realm battlefield from the moment they entered the mysterious realm until they passed away. It was not that there were no successful precedents in history. Although there were very few of them, it was still better than having no hope at all. Apart from matters related to proving one's Tao, there was absolutely no other reason for such a large gathering. Yi Shiwen didn't even need to deliberately hide it. Many of the small worlds in the mysterious realm battlefield were simply isolated from the outside world. Some of them might have been isolated from the outside world for thousands of years. It was not surprising that they had no idea how chaotic the outside world had become. Moreover, many people just didn't pay attention to the outside world and only wanted to confirm their Tao validation. These things were simply not important to them. Soon, Yi Shiwen found out that the reason why a large number of experts had suddenly gathered in this plain of ruins was only for one thing. That was, a powerful expert had calculated that a temple of a god was about to be unearthed in this plain of ruins. As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted the covetous eyes of many experts who had received the news. In just a short period of a month, it had already attracted thousands of mysterious realm experts. For these antiques who roamed the various worlds, perhaps only matters related to the gods could draw them out, like drawing a snake out of its hole. As more and more experts came, more and more experts gathered together, and more information began to spread. There were rumors that this plain itself was once a country under the rule of a god. It was once a prosperous subplane, and there was even a temple of this god. It was said that the real body of a god had once descended and left behind a divine weapon. As soon as this news came out, it immediately ignited the fiery hearts of everyone. For them, all clues about gods, even if there were only a few clues, would make them go all out to find it, let alone such clear information. Unlike other vague myths and legends, this time, even the specific opening date had been calculated. This increased the accuracy of this statement. As a result, many people began to call their friends and get restless. More experts gathered. However, as for where this news came from, no one cared about it anymore. For them, it was not important where this news came from. What was really important was that it had something to do with gods. Why can't I find out anything about this news? Where did it come from? Yi Shiwen squinted in a restaurant and said, Chapter 1949. A piece of news without a source was a bit strange in itself. But at this time, no one really cared about the source of this news. Even if there was only a slight possibility, it was worth fighting for. There were many people around, coming and going, but in general, more people began to gather here. Although many people had begun to be a little crazy, in fact, some people still felt that something was not quite right. I don't know if this news is true or not. This place was once occupied by a big force for a long time, but I haven't heard of anything related to the gods. As for the ruins of the temple, they have long been rummaged through. It's impossible to find anything else. That is not necessarily impossible. In this Xian world battlefield, there are too many secrets that we don't know. No matter what, as long as there is a glimmer of possibility, I will go all out. These people came with such ideas, so naturally they would not be scared away by this doubt. Brother, suddenly, just as Yi Shiwen closed his eyes to rest, thinking about all kinds of things, but he only heard a gentle greeting. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and saw a gentle man standing in front of him, about 27 or 28 years old. His face was like jade, wearing a long robe with a somewhat elegant temperament and a long sword hanging on his waist. From afar, he looked like the hero of a martial arts novel from a distant memory. You are also a human, haha. It is rare to meet a human here. The man saw that Yi Shiwen did not speak, but he did not seem to be surprised at all. He laughed heartily and said, although he seemed to be familiar with Yi Shiwen, it was not annoying at all. You are? Yi Shiwen asked, but he had a good impression of this man, not only because the other party was also a human, but most importantly, this man had a temperament that could not be hated. I am being impulsive. Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Bai Jiansheng. The man in a luxurious robe said with a gentle smile on his mouth. He was indeed a gentle young master. Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen thought for a while and decided not to hide his name. Bai Jiansheng furrowed his brows and confirmed that he had never heard of this name before, but he immediately smiled. Who could say for sure how many geniuses were gathered in the profound world? So it was normal for there to be people he didn't know. He could not help but laugh at himself. He was still too sensitive. It was normal to be isolated from the rest of the world in the mysterious world. How could the news of him seriously injuring Elder Xianting of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and escaping spread to every subplane in such a short period of time? Without a long period of time, it would be impossible for everyone to know about him. However, he didn't have that ambition. For him, this was the best situation. Brother Yi, I haven't heard of you before, but maybe I'm ignorant and ill-informed. Bai Jianxing smiled. He didn't conceal anything, and left a favorable impression on Yi Shiwen. Brother Yi, please don't blame me for being impulsive. In fact, there aren't many opportunities to see my fellow humans in the profound world battlefield, so I came over to have a chat. Bai Jianxing said, How could that be? Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said, But are there very few human experts in the profound world battlefield? After all, the human race is one of the few big races in the heavens. Even if it has declined, it shouldn't have fallen to such a point. That's natural. The human tribe is full of experts. In its heyday, there were many venerable sovereigns. In the myriad worlds, apart from the demon tribe and the devil tribe, there was no other tribe that could be compared with us. However, the human tribe's base camp was in the heaven realm, so they didn't have much involvement in the Xian world. Many powerful experts would choose to ascend to the heaven realm, so the human tribe's influence in the Xian world wasn't that great. Bai Jianxing said he saw that Yi Shiwen didn't seem to know much about this, so he guessed that Yi Shiwen was not a local, but a foreign expert. It was normal that he didn't know about this. It's just like how the devils have countless profound realm experts, but only a few of them have gone to the profound world. The same goes for the Dragon Island and the ancient Phoenix realm. The truly powerful clans all have their own pride. So that's how it is. Yi Shiwen nodded. So that's how it is. It's no wonder that even though the human race has a behemoth like the martial ancestor, they haven't invaded the profound world on a large scale. Now, most of the humans in the profound world came from the ancient demon realm. Bai Jianxing said, So, brother Bai also came from the ancient demon realm? Yi Shiwen's heart suddenly tightened. Ancient demon realm. Isn't that the ancient Baron's continent? That's not it. I was born and raised in the profound world. But my ancestors did come from the ancient demon realm. Bai Jianxing sighed and said, Yi Shiwen originally thought that he would wait until the matters of the nameless Tao College were settled before going to look for the ancestors of the ancient barons. He didn't expect to meet their descendant here. Yi Shiwen was slightly excited and said, Brother Bai, why are you sighing? You look so young, but your cultivation is quite high. You should be a dragon among men. Why are you sighing here? Yi Shiwen believed that his judgment of people was correct. Bai Jianxing was only 2,000 or 3,000 years old, but he had already cultivated to the profound death realm. Although he couldn't compare to a freak like Yi Shiwen, his cultivation could be said to be very deep. In the profound world, anything was possible. It was even possible to prove one's Tao in the future. Sai, it's a long story. Since brother, Yi is also a fellow human. There's no harm in telling you. Anyway, it's not a secret. The ancient human race has been in the profound world for tens of thousands of years, and we have even established our own ancient countries. However, at the same time, the conflict between us and the ancient demon race has also been brought into the profound world. Until now, it has not been resolved, and recently, there have been frequent conflicts. Bai Jianxing sighed and said, Yi Shiwen looked at Bai Jianxing and knew that the ancient human race was not doing very well in the profound world. No wonder Princess Tianqing had mentioned this before. However, at that time he only listened to it hurriedly and did not take it seriously. Now that he heard Bai Jianxing say this, it seemed that there was a deeper story behind this. How can this be? As far as I know, the ancient human race is not weak. Why are they being forced to this extent by the demon race? Yi Shiwen asked. One must know that the demon race was no longer the race that dominated the world tens of thousands of years ago. Although the ancient human race was not much better now, it was not to the point of being forced into a dead end. Isn't it because the current demon lord of the demon race has stepped into the myth realm, and his cultivation is even higher than the ancient human race? But our human race's senior, Tianji Old Man, is now old. No matter how strong our human race is, it will only last for 10,000 years. Without reaching Tao realm, there is no difference between us. Now that we have Old Man, Tianji Old Man, suppressing us, everything is fine. However, if even Old Man, Tianji Old Man falls, and our human race no longer has a myth realm expert to suppress us, I'm afraid that not only the demon race, but the other races will also get wind of this and divide our human race like wolves and tigers. Bai Jianxing said worriedly. This matter was no longer a secret in the northern part of the mysterious world. Almost everyone knew about it, so he could mention it to Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, he would not be such a blabbermouth. Yi Shiwen could imagine the consequences of not having a top expert in a place like the mysterious world. Just like in the ancient human race, when the imperial court was breached, the human race almost fell into a bottomless abyss. If not for Yi Shiwen appearing and turning the tide, there would be no place for the human race today. However, even he did not dare to say that he could protect the ancient human race for a long time. It could only be said that he was treading on thin ice, not daring to relax for a moment. But since the heaven realm is so powerful, why don't you ask for help from it? As far as I know, martial sect Emperor Qin was invincible in the past, and he once ruled over the heavens. Even if he has declined now, his strength should be enough to protect you. Yi Shiwen asked. It's not that we haven't thought about this, but this is related to the past. Before Emperor Qin achieved enlightenment, he also tried to lead our ancestors to leave the ancient human race and return to the Heaven Realm, but he was rejected. So until now, the Heaven Realm has not paid much attention to us. Bai Jianxing said with a little excitement. The mistake in the past had led to a completely different situation for them now. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that there was such a reason behind it. No wonder. But no matter what, we are compatriots who are related by blood. If it really comes to that point, they will not leave us alone. Yi Shiwen said. I hope so. But no matter what, we can only rely on ourselves. Bai Jianxing's expression became resolute, as if he had walked out of the melancholy he had just experienced. Good, well said. Just for the sentence, I will take it as a big weight. Yi Shiwen burst into loud laughter. He found Bai Jianxing to be even more pleasing to the eye. He didn't expect that this refined temperament of a young master like Bai Jianxing could actually say such words. This was a truth that many people wouldn't understand. He had always believed in one sentence. Don't cry because no one will comfort you. Don't be down because there are too many people waiting to hit you when you are down. Along the way, the only person he could rely on and trust the most was himself. Just as the two were about to continue, suddenly, a fierce quarrel sounded in the distance. Bai Jianxing's complexion suddenly changed. Chapter 1950. Bai Jianxing's complexion suddenly changed along with the noise. He quickly said, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. His figure disappeared in midair after he said that. Yi Shiwen was slightly puzzled. His figure flickered, and he immediately followed him. When he arrived, he saw that he was in a wide street. This world and this city used to have endless glory. It could be seen from the streets that were as wide as a public square. If it wasn't for its incomparable glory, there wouldn't have been a need for such wide streets. Two groups of people were confronting each other on the street. One of them was Bai Jianxing. In addition to him, there was a woman about 20 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her cheeks were as delicate as a porcelain doll's. She was wearing a long skirt. She looked indescribably beautiful. At this time, she was anxiously looking at the opposite side, and opposite her was a group of beast-like people. Each of them looked like a beast standing on its hind legs. Their whole body was covered with long hair. They were far more majestic than ordinary people. However, their heads were beast-like. It seemed that they were beast-like people who hadn't evolved completely. The leader of the beast-like people was a bison. His body was as tall as two people. He was very tall. His whole body was covered with dense muscles like a horned dragon. There were 2 silver horns on his head. He looked very mighty. As soon as Yi Shiwen saw it, he immediately felt a tyrannical aura exuding from the body of this Tauren. It was extraordinary and unusual. The bull-headed man's hand was grabbing a person. It was a young man with a delicate face. At this moment, his neck was being grabbed, and his face was turning purple. He was unable to move at all. It was as if all the power in his body had been sealed, and he was unable to move at all. Brother Bai, hurry up and save Yi Shan. The beautiful woman looked at Bai Jianxing anxiously and said, You human survivors, I've told you not to appear in front of me. TSK, you're really bold. How dare you appear in front of me so carelessly? It seems that you haven't learned your lesson yet. The Minotaur grinned hideously and said, Niusheng, don't be too arrogant. This is not your demon kingdom. Bai Jianxing shouted, So what if you're insolent? Don't forget that it's already my grace that you lowly humans are still alive. Last time I let you escape. Do you still want to escape this time? The Minotaur said coldly. He seemed to be abnormally insolent. Bai Jianxing clenched his fists and glared angrily. He was completely enraged. Clang! With a loud clang, The sword behind Bai Jianxing was unsheathed and slashed at the Minotaur. "You want to deal with me with such petty tricks." The Minotaur sneered and immediately grabbed out with his other hand. The sword light that was slashing toward him exploded on the spot, shattering inch by inch in front of everyone. "Humph, none of you can leave today." At this time, many of the onlookers in the surroundings began to discuss. Since it had nothing to do with them, they weren't anxious at all. They just watched with excited and cruel smiles on their faces. This was a cruel race, so seeing this kind of slaughter was the most exciting thing for them. It's the human race and the demon race again. TSK, the human race and the demon race from the ancient demon realm have been fighting more and more fiercely in recent years. There's nothing strange about this. These humans have been the slaves of the demon race since ancient times. Suddenly, the slaves have changed. Tell me, to what extent do you think the demon race can't stand it? Isn't that so? Although the human race is considered a big race, their power is not here. TSK, if there are no accidents, the human race from the ancient demon realm will decline. After the last myth realm expert passes away, they will become rootless duckweed and may be swallowed by others at any time. Not to mention becoming slaves of the demon race again. It's already very good that they don't become blood food. Many people sneered. The human race was a big race, and they could not bully them. However, seeing a branch of the human race being bullied here was more or less satisfying for them. Kill. Following the Tauren's words, the furry demon clan experts behind him immediately surrounded the two of them. A terrifying aura swept out one after another, completely blocking all the escape routes, not giving them any space to escape. Niusheng, you will definitely regret this. Bai Jianxing's eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and said. When the Minotaur heard Bai Jianxing's words, not only did he not get angry, but he also laughed. Angry? That was something that the weak did. The strong only needed to laugh to their heart's content. Bai Jianxing, do you think that you are still the peerless genius that you used to be? You have been crippled for a long time, okay? With your current state, you want to snatch the woman of the celestial fox master? I think you must be tired of living. The Minotaur sneered and exposed the root of the conflict between the two sides. Bai Jianxing, the celestial fox master, is magnanimous and benevolent. As long as you say the word, as long as you give up, we will absolutely not cause trouble for you in the future. How about it? The Minotaur said coldly. Despicable. I didn't expect him to be like this. I thought he was a big shot before, but it turns out he's just like this. The pretty woman was filled with righteous indignation at this time, feeling indignant. Big Brother Bai, don't agree to him. My death is not to be regretted. But if... Yi Shan didn't finish speaking. He only felt a wave of dizziness. Niu Sheng's big hand tightened around his neck like steel, making it impossible for him to breathe. His entire neck felt like it was about to be broken. If you say one more word, I will break your neck. Niu Sheng said coldly, then looked at Bai Jianxing and said, Bai Jianxing, aren't you known for being supremely righteous? Are you going to watch your brother die here without doing anything? TSK, I'm afraid that your reputation will be ruined. You can even sacrifice your best brother for a woman. Ha ha ha. If this gets out, I'm afraid that she will also look at you in a different light. Niu Sheng and his demon race members laughed heartily. Bai Jianxing clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, but he didn't notice it. His heart was also in a fierce struggle. On one side was the woman he loved, and on the other side was his good brother who had followed him for many years. This completely put him in a dilemma. Bai Jianxing, I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, I'll break his neck. I'd like to see if a human can still live after breaking his neck. Niu Sheng smiled ferociously. The words that came out of his mouth were equally cold and ruthless. 10, 9, 8. And here I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it's just a bunch of petty thieves, demons, and monsters. An extremely cold voice came from the crowd. Whoosh! A sword light suddenly formed in the void and suddenly turned into a ray of light that filled the sky, rolling towards Niu Sheng's wrist. Niu Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel how terrifying this sword light was. It might even cut off his wrist. He didn't dare to hesitate and directly blasted out a punch. The terrifying fist energy absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy and became even more terrifying. It turned into a galloping mad bull and rushed towards the sword light. Pucci! The sword light directly cut the mad bull into pieces. This mad bull couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's attack and directly exploded on the spot, turning into specks of real elemental energy in the air. The sword light didn't lose its momentum and went straight towards Niu Sheng's wrist. It seemed that it wouldn't stop until it cut off Niu Sheng's wrist. At this critical moment, Niu Sheng wasn't a simple person. He immediately made a prompt decision and immediately let go of Yishan. He withdrew his wrist and barely dodged the sword light. Bang! The sword light swept out. Although Niu Sheng had dodged it, the profound life-stage demon race expert he had brought with him couldn't dodge in time and was chopped into a bloody mist on the spot. Niu Sheng's eyes contained some fear. Killing a profound life-stage expert with a single strike was something that even he could not do. Although a profound life-stage expert was definitely not his match, it was impossible for him to kill a profound life-stage expert with a casual sword strike. They still had to exchange a few blows. Although it was only a few blows, and the difference wasn't much, it was enough to see the gap between them. The other party had more or less made use of the time difference to catch him off guard. However, this was only a normal method. Moreover, even so, he could sense that the person who had attacked was probably not simple. He turned his head and saw a green-clothed youth standing proudly. The sword aura in his hand hadn't disappeared, and he wore a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had done the most insignificant thing. He didn't seem to have any intention of killing a profound life-stage expert. Who exactly are you? Why do you care about the matter between us and by Jiansheng? Aren't you afraid of offending our demon race? He put on a stern face and tried to threaten him. Demon race? I'm least afraid of the demon race. There are at least 800,000 demon race experts that have died by my hands, if not 1,000,000. How about it? Do you want to try and avenge them? Yi Shiwen sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Chapter 1951. You. Niu Sheng's eyes widened as he looked at the green-robed man in front of him. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation against the demon race. Even if it wasn't 1,000,000, it was at least 800,000. What level of slaughter was this to produce such a terrifying amount? Even a professional demon hunter could not possibly have such a terrifying amount of demon race kills. This was only possible if one hated the demon race to the core. However, if he really killed so many demon race members, it would probably alarm the higher-ups of the demon race in the Xian world. No race would allow others to slaughter their own people on such a large scale. They might not care about killing a few, but if it exceeded a certain number, it would attract the attention of the higher-ups of the demon race. Not to mention, the demon race itself was a race that had difficulty reproducing. But if that was the case, how could he not have heard of such a person? Such a person would have long been listed by the higher-ups of the demon race. What kind of demon hunter dared to be so arrogant? Wasn't that courting death? However, he didn't know that the number Yi Shiwen was talking about was only a little more. When he was in the Barren Valley, he didn't know how many people from the royal family of the demon race had been uprooted. It was simply innumerable. All of them had died directly or indirectly in his hands. He didn't have any intention to deny this. Even if the people who had died indirectly in his hands were counted as his responsibility, he wouldn't have any objection. This was a life and death battle between two races. He could not afford to hold back at all. If it wasn't the demon race that died, then 10 times the number of humans would have died tragically. As the saying goes, the other side is the hero, I am the ugly bandit. Regarding this, He did not have the slightest justification. Even Bai Jianxing was incomparably shocked when he heard Yi Shiwen's words. He simply could not imagine that this delicate-looking young man was actually such a butcher. Although to be able to cultivate to such a level, it was still quite shocking to say that he had killed so many demon race members. It was simply unimaginable how he had killed so many demon race members without being hunted down to death. Although he also felt that this was merely a joke, he did not believe that with Yi Shiwen's level of cultivation, he would joke about such a thing, because there was simply no need. After hearing Yi Shiwen's words, not only was Yi Shan not afraid, but his eyes shone even more brightly. All the members of the demon race stared over. This fellow was simply too arrogant. He had killed one of their profound life stage experts the moment he appeared. There were very few profound realm experts in the first place, even if they were only at the profound life realm. I'll fight you to the death. Among these demons, there were naturally friends of the deceased. At this moment, their eyes were wide open. It was as if they had gone mad and were extremely angry. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the void began to collapse. Under such power, it completely engulfed the entire area. Yi Shiwen didn't even look at it. He just grabbed a long sword from the void and slashed it towards the void. Puchi! The demon expert's attack was instantly broken. Then Yi Shiwen's sword light didn't slow down and directly chopped the demon expert into two halves on the spot. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in a split second. Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest pause, and his movements were as fast as the floating clouds and flowing water. It was done in one go, without the slightest pause. Ah! Roar! These demon experts were completely enraged on the spot. Their people were actually killed. Moreover, they were killed by a lowly human slave that they had always looked down on. It was simply a great humiliation. In the Xian world, it was different from the imperial ant. Although there were still a majority of the demon experts who hated the human race after tens of thousands of years, they had to admit that the human race was also a few overlords, and they treated the human race as an existence on equal footing. However, in the Xian world, compared to the huge power of the demon race, the human race was still at an absolute disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon race had declined over the years, the human race's situation would probably be even worse. However, in the face of these furious demon experts, Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. The long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand was dragged on the ground. The sharp edge of the sword directly cut a crack in the ground. He walked step by step into the midst of these demon race experts. Although his speed seemed slow, it was actually incomparably fast. In an instant, he had already appeared in front of one of the tiger-headed demons. Not good. Quickly stop him. Niu Sheng roared. All kinds of divine tools and martial arts torrents rushed towards Yi Shiwen. But it was too late to stop him. Although Yi Shiwen's speed seemed to be very slow, and everyone could see the trajectory of his sword, but there was no way to stop it. This meant that his cultivation in the way of the sword had reached a shocking level. Puff! Even the demon expert himself didn't have time to react, and was directly chopped down by Yi Shiwen's sword. His head was directly chopped off, and blood splattered everywhere. He died on the spot, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. On his head, there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't believe that he actually died like this. He just died like this. He could only watch helplessly as the sword chopped down on him, but there was no time for him to block it. In other words, his body couldn't even react in time. He could only watch helplessly as the sword killed him. This was the true boundless horror. Compared to this, the horror they had inflicted on the human race in the past was nothing at all. Watching helplessly as one's own hope was cut off, this was the most terrifying and chilling thing. The celestial tools and martial arts of the demon race had already arrived. Although it was too late to save the demon expert, all of them bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. Rumble! An incomparably loud roar came. Niu Shing couldn't help but have a somewhat sinister smile on his face when he saw this scene. Although there were a few losses, it was all worth it to be able to kill this terrifying guy. "Brother Yi!" Bai Jiansheng suddenly cried out in sorrow. Yi Shiwen came for him, but now he was met with an unexpected mishap. How could he feel good about it? Just as he was about to rush over, he saw Niu Sheng completely blocking his way and said coldly, "By Jiansheng, whole two people. We lost two profound realm experts. Do you know what this means? I had given you a chance to live, but who would have thought that you would be so ungrateful? Don't blame me then. Today, I'm going to mince all of you lowly human beings into minced meat and eat you one mouthful at a time." His heart was already burning with rage. Before coming here, he had never imagined that there would be such a huge loss. The people who had lost were all his direct subordinates. For a profound realm expert, even reaching the Tao could not be said to be out of reach. Therefore, it was very difficult to make them surrender to one person. Just to win over these profound realm experts, he had spent a lot of time. The death of two of them was enough to make him feel like dying. And this all happened because of Bai Jiansheng. How could he not hate Bai Jiansheng? Bai Jiansheng took a deep breath, and a frightening cold light burst out from his eyes. He said, "I was too weak. If I had attacked from the beginning, brother, you wouldn't have met with such a mishap. Brother Yi is right. Killing all of you demons and monsters is the only way to restore peace to the world." There was a power surging inside his body. It seemed as if a power was awakening. "Brother Bai, you can't. Burning your life like this will damage your Tao foundation. I'm afraid that you will never be able to recover in this way." The beautiful woman quickly said, "Do I have a choice now? Even if I can't make any progress in the future, Brother Yi came for me, and now he died here. If I can't avenge him, how can I bear to do it?" Bai Jiansheng said with a firm look in his eyes, "You don't need to say anything. If I die here today, you just run for your lives." "No, Brother Bai, we won't run away by ourselves," the beautiful woman said in a firm tone. "That's right. So what if we die here today? We can let the demon race know that we humans aren't all cowards." Yi Shan said in a tough manner. He had an extremely tough character. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. People who were close to Bai Jiansheng were naturally very stubborn. "Haha, how touching. You are indeed the righteous Bai Jiansheng. But what a pity. Even if you are righteous, if the celestial fox master wants you dead, then you will die. No one can save you." Niu Sheng laughed heartily. He was incomparably arrogant. His eyes became even sharper as he roared, "Go! I'm going to kill them today!" "Kill them? I think you are the one who will die." Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from behind Niu Sheng. Niu Sheng immediately felt a gust of evil wind coming from behind him. He was a seasoned warrior, and his reaction was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, his body reacted instinctively. He abruptly turned around and saw that Yi Shiwen with a long sword in his hand had unknowingly appeared behind him. He was immediately shocked. Yi Shiwen was not dead. Although many of those attacks were from the profound life stage, there was also a middle stage, profound death stage expert like him. Therefore, he was so relaxed. After being attacked by a middle stage, profound death stage expert, even if Yi Shiwen did not die, he would be seriously injured. It was normal for him to lose the ability to fight for a while. Who would have thought that he would be unharmed? Clang! The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand splashed and shook the heavens and earth. Chapter 1952. The sword radiance rose to the sky and shook the world. A terrifying force shook the heavens and earth. The rapidly vibrating sword radiance burst forth and directly struck Niu Sheng's body. Niu Sheng wanted to dodge. However, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen, who had unleashed his full power, was extremely fast. Although he was also at the intermediate stage of the profound death stage, it depended on who he was compared to. Yi Shiwen had only just entered the intermediate stage of the profound death stage. However, he was many times stronger than an ordinary intermediate stage of the profound death stage. Yes, boom! A loud rumbling sound was heard, and Niu Shang was sent flying. A small part of his body had been chopped off by Yi Shiwen. His blood gushed out like a river and gushed out like a pillar. Ah! Niu Shang kept screaming. This sword had directly injured his soul. Ah, damned human, you're dead. You actually dared to hurt me. You actually dared. You actually dared. Niu Shang continued to roar. For a moment, he still couldn't walk out of this unforeseen event. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and walked straight forward. So what if I hurt you? It's just the bloodline of an ancient, barbaric ox. It's 10 times more noble than your bloodline. I've killed countless demon beasts, let alone this kind of trash. Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. In terms of strength, the demon race of the primordial era was naturally incomparable to the profound world. However, in terms of inheritance, they were not inferior. Each of the 10 great royal clans had an incomparably deep foundation. They had once produced immortal realm experts. The 10 great demon marshals of the 10 great royal clans were terrifying existences that shook the universe when the heavenly court of the demon race ruled the world. They were supreme existences in the divine realm. In terms of the nobility of their bloodline, there weren't many families in the entire universe that could compare to them. But so what? They were still removed by him. The glory of their ancestors was nothing to him. His own glory could only be earned by killing with his own 2 hands. You're dead. Stop him. I want him dead. Niu Shang roared, and the muscles on his body began to squirm. He urged the remaining power within his body to recover, and his flesh grew back bit by bit. You want to make a comeback? Dream on. Yi Shiwen directly rushed forward, and absolutely wouldn't give him any opportunity to turn the situation around. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit, and he didn't want to fail miserably. At this time, the demon race's eyes were red, and they looked at Yi Shiwen with a crazed look, as if they wanted to eat him alive. They hated Yi Shiwen to the core. Roar! 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 One by one, these demons charged over, their huge bodies slamming towards Lin Fan. In the midst of these demon race experts, Yi Shiwen was like a butterfly dancing in a cluster of flowers. His agility technique was incomparably exquisite, and the long sword in his hand was constantly waving, sprinkling golden rays of light, like golden sunlight, looking incomparably gorgeous. However, behind this incomparably gorgeous sword light was a killing move. Every time the sword danced, a demon beast would be cleaved into 2 halves. It simply couldn't stop Yi Shiwen from advancing forward. Puchi, a profound life realm demon beast that had charged in front of Yi Shiwen, couldn't even react in time, and was directly cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Shiwen, exploding on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a few demon experts had already died at Yi Shiwen's hands. From afar, it looked as if Yi Shiwen was taking a leisurely stroll as he chased after Niu Shang. His movements were light and graceful, as if he was dancing and not killing. Although most of these demons were at profound life realm, there was no lack of profound death realm experts among them. However, none of them could withstand 2 moves from Yi Shiwen, and all of them died tragically at Yi Shiwen's hands. The surroundings were silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even the experts from the various clans who were watching the show were dumbfounded at this moment. Even the craziest person would never have thought that things would turn out like this. These menacing demon race cultivators were actually so vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Even Niu Shang was heavily injured by Yi Shiwen's move. He was simply inhumanly strong. So strong. He's even stronger than the elders of the clan. Yi Shan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked in shock at Yi Shiwen, who was killing people as if they were dancing. He understood that this was a terrifying strength that could only be achieved when one unleashed their killing techniques to their peak. It didn't seem as earth-shattering as those who had fought to the point of causing the sky and the earth to crack. However, just thinking about the fact that the weakest of those he had killed were profound life realm experts, one could imagine just how brilliant this person's sword technique was. His eyes suddenly flashed with a look of pleasant surprise. Indeed, so strong. He's so strong that he doesn't seem like a human, but a monster. However, if Big Brother Bite is at his peak, he might be able to put up a fight against him. He should be able to. The beautiful woman was also incomparably shocked. She glanced at Bai Jiansheng and said with some uncertainty. She was completely frightened by Yi Shiwen's astonishing strength. Bai Jiansheng couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Even if I'm not seriously injured, I can at most be on par with him. Judging from his age, he is much younger than me, and his talent is far above mine. However, it is our human race's fortune that such a person has appeared. He will certainly have the opportunity to step into the myth realm in less than 1,000 years. In that case, our human race may have a way to resolve this disaster. But will we be able to persist until then?" The beautiful woman looked at Bai Jiansheng in astonishment. In her impression, Bai Jiansheng was a righteous person and was a first-class hero in the world. Although he was humble, he would never belittle himself. There weren't many people in the world who could compare to him. Even if he had wasted more than 1,000 years, not many people could compare to him. But now he had personally admitted that Yi Shiwen could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and might even be stronger than him. This was simply subverting her worldview. Compared to the three people who were surprised and pleasantly surprised, the experts of the various races were more vigilant. For them, everyone was their enemy in the fight for the relics of the gods. At this time, the appearance of any strong enemy was not good news for them. Originally, they had hoped that Niu Sheng and Yi Shiwen would kill each other. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would defeat the demon race experts as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood? They couldn't even kill each other. This made everyone's idea of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight fall through. Where did this Yi Shiwen come from? How can he be so strong? Who knows where this human came from? This sword technique is simply shocking. I haven't seen such a powerful sword cultivator for a long time. Is he an expert from the sword world? Or is he the famous Jian Wushuang? Many people began to speculate one after another. After all, Yi Shiwen had given them too much of a shock. In their minds, they compared Yi Shiwen with those famous geniuses, one by one. They found that no one seemed to be able to match this person. Could it be that he was another hidden character? There were too many people like this. After all, there were countless experts in the entire Xian world battlefield. It was normal for a few disciples to be left behind in each clan. However, they remembered that Yi Shiwen said that he had slaughtered at least 800,000 demon race experts, if not 1 million. How could such a person be unknown? They wouldn't believe that Yi Shiwen was talking nonsense. At their level, they were all big shots in the Xian world. How could they speak without thinking? Could it be that he was in another world? Countless thoughts flashed in everyone's mind. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Shiwen's killing had already reached the climax. The sword light that he brandished was like the god of death. Every time he attacked, someone's blood would splatter on the spot. There was no way to resist. All the way, he was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In less than a dozen breaths, he had already killed his way to Niu Sheng. Niu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. He hated Yi Shiwen to the core. His body was surging with murderous aura. A biting cold aura spontaneously formed and directly pressed towards Yi Shiwen. A terrifying, imposing aura was formed on the spot, accompanied by a cruel roar. An incomparably huge battle axe directly appeared in his hand. The battle axe radiated a terrifying radiance, surged out, and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! The whole sky was collapsing. All the restrictions were completely broken. The entire ancient city had a feeling that it was going to completely collapse under this terrible power. Everyone's complexion changed. This Niu Sheng actually had such strength. Someone could tell that Niu Sheng had probably used some sort of secret technique to raise his strength to such a shocking extent. But even so, being able to raise his strength to such an extent was already sufficient to show how terrifying it was, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was about to be beheaded, Yi Shiwen also attacked. The long sword in his hand that was condensed from the sword intention directly met the attack. Clang! A loud sound like the collision of gold and iron came out. It spread throughout the entire city like a big bell. Many old monsters who were in closed-door training were suddenly alarmed. The power of this collision could be imagined. How is it possible? He actually blocked Niu Sheng's attack so easily. Everyone was shocked, and they simply didn't dare believe it. Niu Sheng's axe was an extremely outstanding profound weapon, and it emitted a shocking might. If it was them, they would surely have to change into a profound weapon that was incomparably inferior to it in order to be able to contend against it. But Yi Shiwen only relied on the long sword condensed from the sword intention to completely block it. It could be said that almost all of them had this skill. It was a kind of magical power. But this kind of method was effective to deal with ordinary people, or to deal with people whose strength was far inferior to oneself. It could also show how powerful one's means were. But Niu Sheng was not an ordinary person, not to mention that he had a profound weapon in his hand. Chapter 1953. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. However, Yi Shiwen had done it. Furthermore, he had done it with incomparable ease. How could such a frightening power be hidden within his skinny body? He had actually blocked Niu Sheng's mountain-like attack with a casual wave of his hand. Although it was not on the spot, everyone could still sense that this was an attack that Niu Sheng had been accumulating power for a long time. However, it was still unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, countless golden waves appeared under Yi Shiwen's feet. Amidst these golden waves, countless principles transformed into talismans and began to manifest. All of these talismans transformed into a matrix to offset the astonishing power. Crack, crack! The ground under his feet shattered in an instant. This had thoroughly shocked everyone. It wasn't that Niu Sheng's strength was too weak. Rather, it was that Yi Shiwen was too abnormal. Niu Sheng's strength couldn't do anything to him. The malevolent expression on Niu Sheng's face instantly froze. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Just when he thought that Yi Shiwen would definitely not be able to block it, who knew that Yi Shiwen would actually be able to block it? He was actually able to block it so easily. How was this possible? However, Yi Shiwen did not give him too much time to be surprised. His long sword directly pierced forward. Countless laws twisted on its surface. In an instant, it pierced through the vast sky, directly traversed through the layers of space, and pounced towards Niu Sheng. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was like a bolt of golden lightning as it pounced towards him. Niu Sheng's reaction was not slow. Furthermore, after using a secret technique, his own strength had undergone a tremendous change in an instant. With a sudden stomp of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared, narrowly dodging this fatal attack. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of meters away. He could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. If he had reacted slightly slower in the previous attack, he would have been killed. It was so fast that it was simply astonishing. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had most likely kicked an iron plate this time around? Moreover, it was a super iron plate. Otherwise, how could a single move have forced him to such an extent? His eyes involuntarily revealed a horrified expression. They were both at the intermediate, profound death stage. How could there be such a huge gap between them? He had only felt this way when he was facing the celestial fox prince. That godlike figure had left an indelible shadow in his heart. He had once thought that there was no one in this world who could be mentioned in the same breath as that person. But now, when facing Yi Shiwen, he suddenly had such a feeling. It was just like facing the celestial fox master. At that time, they were in the same realm, and he didn't know how many years he had cultivated compared to his opponent. But when facing the celestial fox master, he was almost powerless to fight back and was repeatedly defeated. It didn't take long before he was defeated. To him, it was the first and only time that he had been defeated so easily in the same realm. And now, the memories that he had sealed away for a long time were suddenly dug out by him. He suddenly recalled those terrifying memories, which made him feel a chill down his spine. But no matter what, you will die today. Niu Sheng let out a huge roar. Compared to before, the strength of his body was even stronger. His aura didn't decrease in the slightest. From the beginning, his strength had been constantly rising. It didn't seem like it was going to stop. It kept increasing crazily. Boom! He attacked again. His battle axe seemed to tear the sky apart, blasting out like a sun. In an instant, the entire space was filled with fragments, as though it was the end of the world. This extremely dazzling axe was like Pangu splitting the heavens and the earth, splitting the world in half. At this moment, Niu Sheng was like the resurrection of the ox demon. It was extremely terrifying. He didn't expect Niu Sheng's strength to become stronger. This was even more powerful than ordinary secret techniques. Although he knew that Niu Sheng wouldn't be able to last for a long time, it was very likely that a huge change would occur during this period of time. He absolutely couldn't allow such a situation to happen. He had to completely suppress Niu Sheng before he became even stronger. He swung the golden long sword in his hand and faced the axe head-on. The golden sword light and the light of Niu Sheng's black axe collided fiercely. At this moment, the two destructive tides completely collided together. It was incomparably dazzling and at the same time incomparably cruel. Everyone's faces revealed a horrified expression. The strength displayed by these two had far exceeded everyone's imagination. Either one of them could be called a formidable opponent. Niu Sheng might not be able to participate in the search for the relics of the deities after using the secret technique. However, Yi Shiwen could achieve such a result with his own strength alone. It was already no small matter. He would certainly be a peerless enemy in everyone's hearts for a period of time. At this moment, in a restaurant far away from here, a figure was standing on the second floor. He looked into the distance, looking at the two people in the battlefield. It was a young man in his 30s. He looked incomparably handsome and had fair skin. However, there was a hint of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were golden, and they looked like huge circles. When they merged together, there was a strange light of divinity flickering in them. He looked extraordinary. "Tell me, is there a way to subdue this human and make him my war slave?" The young man said faintly. There was no fluctuation in his eyes when he looked at Yi Shiwen. For ordinary people, perhaps Yi Shiwen was already strong to the limit. However, for this young man, he was not that terrifying. In fact, he even wanted to subdue Yi Shiwen as his war slave. This was not something that an ordinary person would dare to say. "Young master, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. This human is proud and arrogant. He has only cultivated for a few hundred years, but he already has such a cultivation. He should be a character like the Son of Destiny. It is absolutely difficult to recruit such a person." An old voice came from beside him. "A character like the Son of Destiny? Ha!" The young man suddenly held his forehead and laughed. He laughed until he was out of breath. Then he reluctantly stopped. "This is really too funny. The Son of Destiny. Our race likes to devour the Son of Destiny the most. We seize their destiny and pave our way to defy the heavens. If this human obediently surrenders and becomes my war slave, then it will be fine. Otherwise, I will devour him to supplement my own destiny." The corners of the young man's mouth flashed with a trace of an evil smile. The sun of destiny that ordinary people feared was just a great tonic for him. However, young master, our main purpose for coming here this time is to find the inheritance of that person's temple. As long as we can obtain that person's inheritance, these people are just fleeting clouds. It is best not to complicate matters. The old voice was unmoved and said, That's true. The young man raised his hand and touched his smooth chin. TSK, TSK, I originally thought that the fun person would be Bai Jiansheng. Bai Jiansheng was a well-known figure in the world a few years ago. He was also known as a rare genius in the human race. Who would have thought that he would be crippled by the celestial fox? What a pity. Without destiny, he is just a good-for-nothing. He is not even qualified to be devoured by me as a war slave. I thought that I would be disappointed this time. I didn't expect that I would find another interesting person. This is not a big deal. After all, the human race is one of the few big races in the myriad worlds. Their race has endless destiny. In history, tyrannical figures have emerged in large numbers. Even the experts of the emperor-emperor level have emerged. They are far beyond the imagination of ordinary races. Even the destiny left by those emperor-emperors is enough to cultivate many world-shaking experts. Therefore, peerless geniuses frequently appear among them. They are simply endless, said the old voice. This is true. However, it doesn't matter to me. Even if it is the human race, the demon race, the ancient phoenix realm, or the dragon island, it doesn't matter. As long as you wait for me to prove my Tao, these people are just clay chickens and pottery dogs. They are not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me. The young man said with a strange smile. He looked at the field again, only to see that Niusheng had been forced into a corner by Yi Shiwen at this time. The blow just now was earth-shattering. Similarly, the recoil force was not small for both sides. Yi Shiwen was forged by the tyrant body. His flesh and blood had long been tyrannical. He just took a step back, and all the power had been completely digested. However, for Niusheng it wasn't so good. He snorted and suddenly retreated a few steps. He felt a sweetness in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he forcibly suppressed it. If he spat out this mouthful of blood, he would lose at least hundreds of years of cultivation. It was a heavy loss. However, such subtle changes couldn't save the losing situation at this point. Yi Shiwen, who had gained a firm foothold, attacked again and seized the initiative. He had completely seized the initiative from Niusheng's hands. He soared into the air, and the long sword in his hand flew into the air. It clanged incessantly and spun wildly, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. It quickly formed an incomparably huge spiritual energy tornado, and with the speed of a sudden clap of thunder, it crashed down on Niusheng. Niusheng shouted and immediately slashed with his axe. He blasted out a black aura to meet the attack. He wanted to resist, but there was no way at all. Bang! The aura that came out from his axe was smashed by Yi Shiwen's sword light on the spot. It turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. However, Yi Shiwen's sword light didn't reduce its momentum. It slashed down on the spot. At this moment, a golden light directly rushed over from a distance and went straight to Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1954. I want this person. An incomparably arrogant voice resounded from the void. Yi Shiwen's face turned cold. Someone actually wanted to save him. He immediately shouted coldly, "No one can save the person I want to kill." Not only did Yi Shiwen not stop, on the contrary, his long sword directly slashed down. Bang! The sword light directly bombarded Niusheng to death on the spot, and then a big hand directly grabbed all the treasures on Niusheng's body. Yi Shiwen used his divine sense to sweep around and discovered that there were actually hundreds of thousands of Xiandong, although it was not as good as the harvest from the lava pit wall. But such an explosive, fortuitous encounter could only be encountered occasionally and not repeatedly. The fact that there were hundreds of thousands of Xian pills was enough to prove that Niuxing's net worth was not low. It was impossible for everyone to plunder wealth like the lava overlord for tens of thousands of years. However, all of it had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. For Yi Shiwen, who had just consumed tens of millions of Xian pills, it was still a very precious amount of wealth. "You actually dare to defy my will!" A furious voice came from afar. Immediately after, a golden light swept across the vast sky and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen fixed his eyes and saw that it was a young man. However, this young man was looking at Yi Shiwen with an angry face. He was seething with anger, as if Yi Shiwen had completely infuriated him. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt an earth-shattering power crushing down on his body. The golden divinities on his body surged up almost all of a sudden and automatically resisted it. He is actually not inferior to Elder Xianting. No, he might even be stronger than Elder Xianting. Yi Shiwen was also somewhat shocked. He could feel that this young master wasn't very old. He was much older than him, but he could still be regarded as a member of the younger generation. However, his cultivation was even more terrifying than that of Elder Xianting, who had been cultivating for thousands of years. He was undoubtedly a peerless heavens pride expert who had come from God knows where. Late profound death realm. This was actually a powerful existence in the late profound death realm. There was actually someone in the younger generation who had already entered the late profound death realm. This had already far exceeded Yi Shiwen's previous estimation. It was laughable that he was already complacent when he had entered the profound death realm. In this world, he was definitely not the strongest in terms of talent. In fact, he also understood that he was only a mediocre person. The fact that he was able to come this far was undoubtedly due to luck. However, seeing someone truly stepping into the advanced, profound death stage still caused him to be incomparably shocked. Although it would not be difficult for him to step into the advanced, profound death stage if he were to train for another few hundred years, the pressure that this person gave him was still extremely great. He had the mysterious space in his hands. The speed of his improvement had already far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person's imagination. What a pity! Originally, I did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. The two of you are not bad. I even wanted to take the two of you as my war slaves. In a few days, when I go to the Nameless Tao Academy, there will be some people that I can order around. I never imagined that you would actually dare to go against my wishes. It seems like you're really tired of living. In that case, don't blame me for swallowing you in one gulp. The golden-pupiled young man's eyes flickered with a demonic light as he spoke with an ugly expression. For him, not being able to save the person he wanted to save was simply a great humiliation. Yi Shiwen was slapping his face in public. How could he, who had always been arrogant and had never suffered such a loss since his cultivation, tolerate this? Originally, he did not intend to cause unnecessary trouble. However, he could no longer care about it now. He was a peerless expert himself. He could do as he pleased. How could he be restrained by others? "Who are you?" asked Yi Shiwen. "Your young master, Guiyin." Suddenly, a look of horror flashed across Bai Jianqing's face. He immediately recognized who this golden-pupiled young man was. The golden-pupiled young man, young Master Guiyin, sneered and said, "Bai Jianqing, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Originally, I wanted to swallow your luck in one gulp. Who knew that you would become such a waste and be bullied by others? Even I wouldn't dare to swallow such a waste's bad luck. I didn't expect the legend to be true." Bai Jianqing's expression turned ugly. Of course, he remembered that this young Master Guiyin had started his cultivation much later than him. Back then, he looked down on the world and was invincible. He did not care about the heroes of the world at all. When young Master Guiyin had just started his cultivation, he was already a peerless genius whose name shook the world. At that time, young Master Guiyin was just a junior and could not be compared to him. However, in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. The junior from back then was now far above him. His mood became incomparably complicated. Yi Shiwen, be careful. This young Master Goe-yun is said to be the current successor of the Goe-yun clan. There aren't many people in this clan, but every generation is a peerless expert. They are very difficult to deal with. Bai Jiansheng said with an ugly expression, I didn't expect Bai Jiansheng to know some of the legends of my clan. Young Master Goe-yun said coldly, however, it's useless. You have completely angered me. Today, all of you will die. I will swallow all of your luck. When the time comes, I will definitely come out on top in this trip to the temple. I didn't expect that there are still people alive in this clan. Yi Mo's voice suddenly appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. Why, you know them? Yi Shiwen asked. Yes, this clan used to be a very famous clan. They used to be very prosperous, but later, it was said that they suffered the wrath of heaven and disappeared. I didn't expect to see them here again. Yi Mo said in amazement. Yi Mo clicked his tongue in amazement and said, Generally speaking, a person's luck is innate. The heavenly Tao is not benevolent, but it will still give you a chance to live. That's why there's such a saying that nothing is absolute. Some people are born with a strong luck, and with the help of the world's will, they can reach a very high realm with a smooth sailing. However, some people are born with continuous battles and rise, just like you. However, their clan is different. It is said that their clan has a special secret method that can plunder people's luck. Even if their luck is not good at the beginning, they can continue to plunder and integrate the luck of people with great luck, and they can rise rapidly. They are even more terrifying than those born with great luck. Hiss! Yi Shiwen sucked in a breath of cold air. There is actually such a secret method. He had cultivated until now, so he naturally understood how important luck was to a martial artist. However, this thing had always been invisible and untouchable. There were many factors that determined a person's fate, but luck was undoubtedly a very important one. Some people would stumble their entire lives and never enjoy a good day, but some people were born rich and had a smooth sailing life. This was the difference in luck. However, even Yi Mo couldn't do anything about this. The people of this clan actually had a way to plunder luck. They were really stealing the luck of heaven and earth. No wonder it was said that they would suffer the wrath of heaven. What were the children of luck? They were the children of heaven and earth, who were deeply loved by heaven and earth. If heaven and earth were the parents, then the children of luck were the children who were favored by heaven and earth. These people were constantly being plundered and killed. Perhaps even heaven and earth would be enraged. Well, this kind of secret method can be said to be in defiance of the heaven and earth. As long as they continue to devour luck, they can even smoothly cultivate to the Tao. Therefore, this clan was very prosperous at that time. Therefore, they were envied by heaven and suffered the wrath of heaven. However, some people said that it wasn't because they had suffered the wrath of heaven, but because they had provoked the wrath of an emperor from a long time ago. So the emperor personally took action and exterminated the clan. However, these things were too far back. Even I am not very clear about it. Yi Mo said, but no matter what the legends say, the people of this clan are very terrifying. They are simply the nemesis of people with great luck. They absorb your luck. It is very likely that you will die on the spot in a battle if you are not careful. This is the root cause of the besiegement of this clan. Yi Shiwen nodded. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Such a heaven-defying power technique would incur the jealousy of others, even if it wasn't the wrath of heaven. There was no difference. I always thought that the matter of you being the current descendant of the Ghost Luck clan was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. That pair of eyes can't be wrong. Bai Jiansheng said with an ugly expression. Although he was no longer as glorious as he was in his heyday, he was, after all, a peerless figure who had once shaken a region. His eyesight was still not bad. You still have some knowledge. In the end, you are still a character. Unfortunately, you met the heavenly fox, young master. Young Master Ghost Luck was slightly proud. As a member of an extremely glorious clan, he didn't mind letting others know his identity. Even if he attracted countless enemies of the Ghost Luck clan, he was still using them to torment himself. He was definitely a terrifying character. But it doesn't matter. The Heavenly Fox Young Master is also going to the nameless Tao College. When the time comes, I will swallow him in one gulp. It can be considered as revenge for you. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ghost Luck seemed to be quite proud of his words. He actually laughed to the point where he couldn't catch his breath. I am simply too quick-witted. As expected, I am the quick-witted one, the Ghost Luck clan. I have only heard of this clan in the distant legends. There are actually members of this clan still alive. This is big news. It is said that the people of this clan have a secret technique that can devour luck. I wonder if it is true. If I can snatch it, won't I be invincible? Save it. This is a powerful existence in the late, profound death realm, other than the legendary figures, who would dare to say that they can suppress young Master Ghost Luck. I'm afraid it won't be long. He has appeared here openly. I'm afraid that even the legendary figures will be tempted. However, before that, all of you must die. Young Master Ghost Luck suddenly stopped laughing and smiled cruelly. Chapter 1955. However, before that, all of you must die. Young Master Ghost Luck stopped smiling and revealed a cruel smile. He looked at Yi Shiwen with an incomparably cold gaze. It was not hatred, but a kind of disregard. It was like how a person would feel when facing their own food. How would a person feel about their own food? In the eyes of young Master Ghost Luck, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly a kind of resource. He would devour Yi Shiwen's luck and strengthen himself. When the luck of the boundless universe gathered on his body, it would be the day of the Tao validation. This was also a different way to prove one's Tao, but it was a very impressive one. Rumble. The imposing aura on his body rose little by little, and the rumbling sound was like a thunderclap. A powerful, imposing aura swept towards Yi Shiwen like an avalanche. Oh! Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth, and the golden divinities on his body began to boil to compete with young Master Ghost Luck. Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with determination, but he also knew that the strength of young Master Ghost Luck was probably above that of Elder Xianting. In terms of terror, he was even higher. Swish! In almost an instant, young Master Ghost Luck had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. His eyes began to emit circles of golden light that shrouded Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, be careful. That is his method of plundering luck. Don't get enveloped by him. Bai Jianxing shouted hurriedly. It's too late. Hand over your luck obediently. Young Master Ghost Luck laughed loudly. He was not in a hurry to deal with Yi Shiwen. After devouring all of Yi Shiwen's luck, young Master Ghost Luck would be easily killed by himself. There was no need for him to do anything at all. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a dreadful and strange power shrouding his body. Then he felt as if a mysterious power was being drawn out of his body. He immediately realized that this was what it felt like when one's luck was sucked away. Clang! There was a loud explosion. In the void, countless ancient characters suddenly surged. These ancient characters did not look like ordinary characters, but law talismans condensed from Tao patterns. All of them appeared above Yi Shiwen's head. At that moment, he directly transformed into a god, constantly chanting ancient scriptures behind him, and the appearance of this god turned out to be exactly the same as Yi Shiwen. It was the ancient god scripture. The moment the ancient god scripture appeared, it directly suppressed his destiny. That feeling of powerlessness that made him feel as if his strength was being sucked out suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yi Shiwen, I will use the ancient God scripture to suppress your destiny, so you don't need to be afraid of him. However, although you have the ancient God scripture, your strength is still far inferior to his. After a long time, the ancient god scripture won't be able to suppress your destiny. Yi Mo said. After all, the ancient god scripture was the ancient god's own understanding of the great Tao. It was related to the gods, so it was naturally not simple. The gods themselves had already transcended the three realms and did not belong to the five elements. Who could plunder their luck? This kind of unorthodox method would not be able to shake such a great figure. All right, now is the time. Yi Shiwen shouted. The long sword in his hand directly set off a mighty sword radiance, and he slashed towards young Master Ghost Luck. Buried Heaven's sword! He shouted, and the sword radiance formed a mighty long river of swordsmanship. It directly swept across the void and went straight for young Master Ghost Luck's head. Young Master Ghost Luck's originally sinister and proud expression suddenly froze. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. His originally confident victory was actually blocked by Yi Shiwen. This was something that had never happened before. He retreated again and again, his hands constantly tearing out golden light, wiping out this mighty sword force bit by bit, obliterating it bit by bit. Damn it, what tricks do you have? See if I don't take you down. He shouted, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. This was the first time he met someone who could not deal with his ghost, Luck clan's, luck-devouring technique. If he did not figure out the reason, he would not be able to sleep in peace in the future. After all, if Yi Shiwen had it, then others might have it too. He had to find the reason and think of a way to overcome it. Only then could he continue to grow stronger. Retreat! At this moment, Yi Shiwen had already taken advantage of this opportunity to retreat frantically, constantly retreating into the void. Go! He shouted towards Bai Jiansheng and the rest. Young Master Ghost Luck, who was in the profound death realm, was not someone Yi Shiwen could deal with. Bai Jiansheng and the rest were not stupid, and their reaction speed was also very fast. Almost at the moment when Yi Shiwen attacked, they had already started to fly out of the city. Swish! 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 The few of them had already flown out of the city. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown extremely far away. Don't even think about leaving. Young Master Ghost Luck's face was distorted with anger. He had simply been tricked. This was something that had never happened before. Stay here! He shouted and immediately chased after Yi Shiwen. Young Master Ghost Luck was getting closer and closer. Almost in an instant, he was already not far behind them. Young Master Ghost Luck's figure shuttled through the space like a ghost. His speed was also extremely fast. Although Yi Shiwen's speed was also extremely fast, the cultivation of Bai Jiansheng and the rest was far inferior. Moreover, their movement techniques were also inferior to young Master Ghost Luck's. At this moment, young Master Ghost Luck had already caught up to them. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and said, "You guys leave quickly. I will stay and stop him." The tempest wings behind him spread out. No matter what, young Master Ghost Luck was lured here by him. He could not give up on Bai Jiansheng and the rest and escape by himself. No, Brother Yi, this young Master Ghost Luck is too strange. How can I leave you alone? Bai Jiansheng said decisively, "It's useless for you guys to stay. Your strength is far inferior to his. When the time comes, I will have to think about you guys. If I am alone, I can leave by myself." Yi Shiwen shouted. The Tempest Wings domain was instantly spread out to delay young Master Ghost Luck's speed. Although Bai Jianxing knew that Yi Shiwen was telling the truth, how could he just watch Yi Shiwen stay here and die without doing anything at this time? "None of you can leave today." Young Master Ghost Luck roared. His aura was astonishing. He directly split open the domain of Yi Shiwen's Tempest Wings, but it did not delay his movements for long. "Brother Yi, let me stay. This young Master Ghost Luck is too much. Today, I will let him have a taste of the backlash of fate energy." Bai Jianxing gritted his teeth and said, He was not without a trump card. Today he was going to use it and fight to the death. If the difference in strength between Yi Shiwen and young Master Ghost Luck was not that big, then the difference between him, who was only at the peak of the early profound death realm, and young Master Ghost Luck was like heaven and earth. Come on then! Yi Shiwen's anger was completely provoked. Fight, fight, fight! Yi Shiwen originally did not want to fight with young Master Ghost Luck. If he fought with him now, it would be too easy for others. However, young Master Ghost Luck refused to let him go, and it was simply too much. It was better to turn back and kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Although he could not use the Ghost Heart Fire formation, it was not that he did not have any means. If he used the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber, as long as the opportunity was right, he might even be able to kill young Master Ghost Luck on the spot. However, this was also a matter of probability. He had never liked to bet his future on luck. But at this time, he could not care so much. Yi Shiwen turned around, and suddenly a terrifying, imposing aura burst out from his body. A shocking, imposing aura burst out from his body. His hand grabbed towards the void, and an astonishing, imposing aura spread out from the void, and then manifested bit by bit. This terrifying aura shocked the originally insolent young Master Ghost Luck. His eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Clearly, this trump card made him apprehensive, although he did not know what Yi Shiwen's trump card was. Just this prelude was already so terrifying. He was afraid that this trump card would be extremely terrifying. Young Master, we'd better not fight him head-on. If we are seriously injured because of this, and the inheritance in the temple is taken away, then the gains will not make up for the losses. When the inheritance is obtained, young Master will reach the peak of the profound death realm, and you will definitely be the strongest person below the mythical realm. These people are just a bunch of clowns. How can they be compared to young Master? The old voice echoed in his mind. When young Master Ghost Luck saw that Yi Shiwen's aura was getting stronger, the surprise and doubt in his eyes became even more intense. At this time, he gradually calmed down. Although he still wanted to skin Yi Shiwen alive, he hesitated when he thought that he might be seriously injured, and that others might take advantage of his weakness. Originally, he thought that it would be a simple matter. Who knew that there would be such a huge wave that made him apprehensive? Moreover, to him, his strongest means, the secret technique of the Ghost Luck clan, actually did not work on Yi Shiwen. This made him a little less confident. I'll let you guys off today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Young Master Ghost Luck snorted coldly. He immediately turned around and rushed back into the Earthen City. Seeing that young Master Ghost Luck was scared away, everyone reluctantly heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. I was almost killed by him. The young man Yishan could not help but look as if he had just survived a disaster. This time, it could be said that he had experienced life and death twice, and each time was more terrifying than the last. In particular, he was able to meet a powerful person like young Master Ghost Luck, who was also his enemy. He was extremely lucky to be able to escape from death twice,